Don't Hello and welcome to Ioannina in northwest Greece for the Europe and Africa over 35 championships. Thank you very much for your patience. Those of us who've been waiting for this webcast to start in earnest. We are underway with the over 65 men's slalom preliminary. We'll bring you up to date with where we are very shortly.
Καλημέρα φίλοι και φίλοι του θαλασσίου σκι. Βρισκόμαστε στα όμορφα Γιάννενα, στο κανάλι της Αμφιθέας, εδώ στο πέραμα. Είναι η πρώτη μέρα των πανευρωπαϊκών αγώνων πάνω από 35 ετών. Σας ευχαριστούμε για την υπομονή σας, μόλις αποκαταστήσαμε τα πράγματα εδώ, οπότε έχουμε και φωνή. Είμαστε στην κατηγορία άνω των 65 άνδρες, τρέχει το σλάλομ, προκριματικός γύρος. Μέχρι στιγμής έχουν τρέξει 4 αθλητές, 5 με αυτόν που βλέπουμε τώρα. Εδώ θα είμαστε και θα τα λέμε. Μέχρι στιγμής έχουν τρέξει ο Δημητρίου Μάριος από Κύπρο με 3 στα 14, Γιάννης Βλυσίδης από Ελλάδα με 3,5 στα 13, Γαβριήλ Γιώργος από Ελλάδα με 5 στα 43 και έχουμε και άλλα αποτελέσματα στη συνέχεια βέβαια.
So here we are with the next skier coming up. This is Lasse Jonsson of Norway in the over 65 sorry, that was the previous skier, Hermann Kottel of Austria.
Ο αθλητής που μόλις πέρασε είναι ο Κότλ Χέρμαν από την Αυστρία. Ξεκίνησε με 52 χιλιόμετρα και 16 μέτρα σκηνή.
So that's Hermann Kottel successfully completing his open pass at 16 meters at 52 kilometers per hour, which is the speed at which the over 65 men compete. In this category so far, the scores we have are Mario Dimitriou of Cyprus, 3 at 14.25. Ioannis Vlasidis of Greece, 3.5 at 13 meters. George Gabriel, 5 at 43, which was start speed, so unfortunately he didn't make his opening pass. And Lasse Jonsson of Norway, 2 at 14 meters. So Hermann Kottel now coming back for his second pass.
Κότλ Χέρμαν από Αυστρία έρχεται για το δεύτερο πέρασμα.
So just apologies, at the moment we have an issue with the camera from the boat, so we can't bring you the slalom, the good shots from the boat just now, but hopefully that will be resolved fairly shortly. So there you are, 2 boys scored on the 13-meter line for Hermann Kottel of Austria.
Και το αποτέλεσμα του αθλητή από την Αυστρία, Κόλτ Χέρμαν, 2 μπάλες και 13 μέτρα σκηνή. So next up, we're going to have Martin Winter of Great Britain. starting? They didn't say. They didn't write.
So we believe that opening pass for Martin Winter of Great Britain was at 52 kilometers per hour, presumably on an 18-meter line. We were not told otherwise.
Ο αθλητής που μόλις είδαμε είναι ο Winter Martin από την Μεγάλη Βρετανία. Ξεκίνησε με 52 ταχύτητα.
Martin's personal best way back in 1999 was 5 at 13 metres at 58 kph. Obviously now he is a senior in the over 65 category, 68 years old and British age group champion many times in different age groups. Here he comes for pass 2.
Έρχεται ο Martin Winter με δεύτερο πέρασμα. Okay. Martin Winter, το καλύτερό του αποτέλεσμα στο σλάλομ είναι 5 μπάλες με 13 μέτρα σκηνή και 58 ταχύτητα το 1999, είναι 68 ετών, αγωνίζεται στην κατηγορία άνω των 65 ετών.
Well, that's Martin's gone down quite early there on his second pass, 2.5 at 16 metres. I'm sure he won't be very happy with that. Maybe check out with him how it felt out there when he swims into the shore. He's been getting into 14 metres, and I think he may have got into 13 metres at a competition here at the weekend.
Τελικό αποτέλεσμα για τον Martin Winter, 2,5 μπάλες με 16 μέτρα σκηνή.
So next up we have Nikolaos Frangistas, is that right, Sophia, of Greece?
Frangistas, yes. Επόμενος αθλητής που βλέπουμε αυτή τη στιγμή στο νερό, Νίκος Φραγκίστας από Ελλάδα.
He's starting out on the 14-meter line.
Ο Νίκος ξεκίνησε με 14 μέτρα σκηνή. Αγωνίζεται στην κατηγορία άνω των 65 ετών και ο Νίκος. Το καλύτερό του είναι 5,5 μπάλες με 12 μέτρα σκηνή στα 52 χιλιόμετρα. Φετινή επίδοση. Και το 2004 3 μπάλες με 55 στα 11 μέτρα σκηνή, 11 και 25 για την ακρίβεια. 7 φορές πανελληνιονίκης στο σλάλομ, 3 φορές τρίτη θέση στους πανευρωπαϊκούς άνω των 35 ετών, 2 φορές και δεύτερος στους Europeans, στους πανευρωπαϊκούς άνω των 35. Τα χόμπι του singing and water skiing, of course.
So Nikos is 70 years old, and he's just completed his first pass, which was 14 meters. He'll be coming back in on the 13-meter line. Just to get, once again, apologies, we can't bring you the shots from the boat at the moment, but we will do that as soon as we possibly can. So Nikos coming back in now on the 13-meter line. He's 7 times Greek slalom national champion, 3 times third at the Europeans in the over 35s, and twice second in the over 35. So he'll come into a shot fairly soon.
Ella.
Oh, just getting slack out of number 5 there, so unable to complete that pass and get to 6.
Να σας γνωρίσω ή να θυμίσω σε αυτούς που ξέρουν ότι ο Νίκος Φραγκίστας υπήρξε χρόνια πρόεδρος της Ελληνικής Ομοσπονδίας Θαλασσίου Σκι και έχει προσφέρει πολλά για το θαλάσσιο σκι.
So it looks like Nikos's best this year was 5.5 at 12. So not managing to get into the 12-meter line on that occasion, going down after 5 at 13.
Τελικό αποτέλεσμα για τον Νίκο Φραγκίστα, 5 μπάλες με 13 μέτρα σκηνή. Η κατηγορία αυτή τρέχει με 52 χιλιόμετρα. Αυτή τη στιγμή στην κατάταξη είναι πρώτος ο Νίκος Φραγκίστας, με δεύτερον το Βλυσίδη Γιάννη, τρίτο Κολτ Χέρμαν και βέβαια έχουμε άλλους 3 αθλητές, οπότε τα αποτελέσματα θα διαμορφωθούν διαφορετικά. Νίκο.
It's the wrong one.
Wrong name.
So on the water now is Bernard Courer of Switzerland. He started out and completed his first pass of 16 meters at 52.
Επόμενος αθλητής στο νερό, Courer Bernard από την Ελβετία. Μόλις τελείωσε το πρώτο πέρασμά του με 16 μέτρα σκηνή και 52 ταχύτητα.
Well, there you go, Bernard Courer completing that pass after what looked like a very suspect number 2, but he pulled it back. So there's the art of a champion there, being able to do that.
Επιτυχημένο και το δεύτερο πέρασμα του Courer Bernard από την Ελβετία. 6 μπάλες με 14 μέτρα σκηνή, 14 και 25 για την ακρίβεια. Θα επιστρέψει κοντένοντας σκηνή, δηλαδή θα μπει στα 13 μέτρα, να δούμε πόσο θα καταφέρει.
Not sure what Bernard's current best is or season's best, but back in 2001 his best was 5.5 at 11.25. Clearly that's more than 20 years ago, so we're assuming that he's not expecting to get into the 11.25 line here, but here he comes at 13 metres. Oh, that was a big fall, but he looks okay. Yep, he's waving down there.
You are okay?
Do you need some help?
You are okay? Okay.
I think we need some help.
Hey, boat! Boat! Boat!
Μένιος, Αλεξανδρής, πες του Μένιο να έρθει. Μένιο.
Α, καλά.
Μένιο!
So that was a huge fall for Bernard Carrère. The towboat has just come back to help him out of the water. He's clearly hurt himself, not sure quite what, but it was a pretty spectacular fall.
Μένιο, πήγαινε πάρ' να σε παρακαλώ τώρα.
Κυρία Σοφία, τι μου λέει ότι να σας φέρω Ζάνα, τι μου λέει.
Άντε μωρέ.
Οκ, γιατρέ, του έχει βγει όμως.
Α, παπά.
Οκ. Εάν θέλει να κρατηθεί Μένιο με το ένα χέρι, θα τον ψήρεις.
So it's good to see he is actually managing to make his way into the dock below us, which is the jump dock, the jump start dock. There is a medic down there to assess him.
Δημήτρη, κατέβα να βοηθήσεις.
Άμα με θέλουν.
Έλα, κάνε γρήγορα. Να τον πάρουμε τον άνθρωπο στο νοσοκομείο.
Επόμενος αθλητής στο νερό από την Γαλλία, ο Τζερόμ Γκαμπούτ. Ξεκίνησε με 14 μέτρα σκηνή με 52 ταχύτητα. Το πρώτο πέρασμα ήταν ok. Μαζί μας έχουμε την Αγγελική Παπαδημητρίου, η οποία τρέχει στον αγώνα. Προηγουμένως έτρεξε ο άντρας της, ο Βλησίδης Γιάννης, ο οποίος έκανε 5 στα 43. Είναι εδώ κοντά μας για να μας βοηθήσει στην αναμετάδοση του αγώνα.
So just finishing his set was Jérôme Gombeau of France. He completed his first pass, but not the second. As I say, we still have a problem. We can't bring you the boat camera, but we are joined by Angeliki Papadimitriou, Greek team captain. But you're skiing fairly shortly, yeah?
Yes, thank you. Good morning to everybody. I'm skiing tomorrow. We started today with the men. We started with the tricks this morning, as you all know, because of the bad weather that we had the previous days. But today is beautiful here. And so far I think all skiers that have skied very well and are very happy.
Yeah, Angeliki, I mean, the last 2 days when you had your practice sets, there were very, very high winds and the conditions were up and down. I mean, the water was even very rough at times. It must have been quite tricky for you.
It was indeed, but I think most of us got to have our training, our official training, even for the jump. Some of us are stronger and more confident and actually went over the jump. But it looks like it's going to be perfect for the next few days.
And how are you feeling yourself about your skiing? You confident yourself and for the rest of the team?
I think I'll think about that tonight. As far as the rest of our team, we have a very good team. We already had 3 skiers on the water. 2 of them are already in the finals, so we are quite happy.
Okay, thank you very much, Angeliki.
So they don't have the webcast, they cannot see the... Why? What's happening? Τι είπες, Αγγελική, δεν έχουμε? Στο web, στο live streaming δεν έχουμε εικόνα. Το σκάφος. Δεν υπάρχει. Από το σκάφος. Από το σκάφος, ναι. What happened now? Do you know? Why are they picking them up?
Have you got the radio? Is it? This is. So the skier on the water now is Philippe Rebier of France.
Ο αθλητής που αυτή τη στιγμή βλέπουμε είναι ο Φιλίπ Ρεμπιέρ από τη Γαλλία. Ξεκίνησε με 14 μέτρα σκηνή και 52 ταχύτητα. Είναι ο τελευταίος της κατηγορίας άνω των 65 άνδρες. Σλάλομ προκριματικός γύρος εδώ στο κανάλι της Αμφιθέας στα όμορφα Γιάννενα. Πανευρωπαϊκό πρωτάθλημα άνω των 35 ετών.
Angeliki, that opening pass was 14 meters. Looked pretty good to you?
I think it looks pretty easy. I think most of the skiers usually ski on the first pass with an easy pass, so they get all the confidence and get ready for the following passes. He will now come with 13 meters. I think for this category is quite an easy rope. So let's see. First score so far is from Nikolaos Frangistas, Greek skier, with 5 buoys or 4.5, if I'm not mistaken, at 13 meters.
Yes. Όχι, no, 4.5 είναι.
5.
Okay, so that's 5 buoys at 13 meters is the top score for the moment. Let's see if he can ski more than that.
Good, huh? Nice.
Well, that looked pretty easy to me.
Sure did, and I think we have a new leader for this category. This is 6 buoys at 13 meters. We're just waiting for the judges to confirm, and then he will come back with 12 meters.
I noticed that his best score last year was 4 at 11. So if he can get close to that, that will be a very strong score. And back in 2008, obviously a long time ago, 2 at 10.75. So he's obviously has been a very serious skier, and he's at 67 years old. He's still going strong, it seems.
It sure is amazing how they can go on and on over the years, and they seem to ski better as they get older. So skiing is a sport for everybody at any age.
Έχουμε νέο αρχηγό, θα το πούμε έτσι, στην κατηγορία των άνω των 65 άνδρες στο σλάλομ, ο Φιλίπ Ρεμπιέρ. Αυτή τη στιγμή έχει περάσει και το 13, οπότε θα κοντίνει, θα έρθει με 12 μέτρα σκηνή, οπότε τον βάζει στην πρώτη θέση αυτή τη στιγμή το αποτέλεσμά του ήδη. Εδώ είμαστε και συνεχίζουμε. Φιλίπ Ρεμπιέρ με 12 μέτρα σκηνή.
So Philippe Rebier of France will be coming back on the 12-metre line. He's already taken the lead in the over 65 men's slalom preliminary with that completed pass at 13 metres. You were saying, Angeliki, about slalom skiers seem to get better as they get older. I was thinking only the other day about some of the elite skiers, the pro skiers, who are still actually skiing professionally and in the open at the age of 40. Like Thomas de Gasperi, I think is 41. Will Asher's 40 next month. So it is quite remarkable that slalom is a really hard sport, isn't it? But yet the older guys and girls seem to be able to ski at a very high level still.
It is indeed, but as you mentioned, they are 40 years old, so we consider them the young ones. And they still have a long way to go, and we do hope that they do stay in the sport and continue, because they are absolutely an inspiration for the rest of us, younger ones and older ones.
And of course, both of those two people I mentioned could be skiing in this championships if they wanted to, but they continue as professional skiers. So we're just waiting for Philippe Rebier to be brought back in on the 12-meter pass. He's just starting at the dock. Here he comes.
Έρχεται ο αθλητής της Γαλλίας με 12 μέτρα σκηνή, Philippe Rebier.
So I'm not sure. See if you can hear. I don't know.
Δεν πέρασε μπάλες, θα δούμε τι συνέβη και έχει ένα ελεύθερο πέρασμα, πίσω από το σκάφος βέβαια πάντα.
She forgot to order it, and it's coming tomorrow. So she said they'll be with us at 6 o'clock tomorrow.
Okay, so we're not totally clear what happened there, but obviously Philippe Rebier went up the lake from the dock end. We thought he was going to be going in at 12, but he just skied straight up behind the boat, and that looks like it was a re-ride for some reason on the 13-meter pass, which he still managed to complete, which is good if you can get your head together to do that again.
Absolutely. Maybe he'll think of it of some extra training for the finals. So.
Would you use Ulf's walkie-talkie, please, which is much better in quality?
So should all go well, he will come back with 12 meters rope. We're just waiting for the judge's confirmation that that was 6 buoys at 13 meters.
You are using your walkie-talkie or Ulf's walkie-talkie? Works better.
So honestly, I don't need to speak now. I just wanted to come and help you, so I'll help you later, whatever you want.
Okay, 12-meter rope. He's on the first buoy. Let's see what he can get.
Wow.
Wow.
How did you manage that?
Well, that's 6 buoys for him. He did seem a little bit worried there on number 2 and number 4, but 6 buoys, so should all go well, he'll come back with 11 meters.
I'll leave it to it. You want to go?
Με επιτυχία και το 12 του Φίλιπ Ρέιμπιερ από τη Γαλλία θα επιστρέψει κοντρώνοντας το σκηνή του στα 11 και 25 και είναι ο τελευταίος της κατηγορίας άνω των 65 άνδρες σλάλομ προκριματικός γύρος.
So that's Philippe Rebier by far the leader in this category. One boy, just to be confirmed by the judges, on the 11-meter line, but his personal best from last year was 4, so he got into his personal best rope length.
So it looks like we're going to have a very interesting finals on Saturday. We have now 5 skiers into the finals in this category. And we'll have, I think, a small break, and then we will start with the category of women over 55.
How many skiers in that category? How many skiers left?
12 judges should be now. Vasily stay and I go. So one judge should come.
Okay.
Τελικό αποτέλεσμα για τον αθλητή της Γαλλίας, Φίλιπ Ρέιμπιερ, μία μπάλα με 11 μέτρα σκηνή, τον φέρνει στην πρώτη θέση. Μόλις τελείωσε η κατηγορία των ανδρών άνω των 65 ετών, προκριματικός γύρος σλάλομ, πανευρωπαϊκό πρωτάθλημα άνω των 35 ετών, κανάλι αμφιθέας Γιάννενα. Μέχρι στιγμής στην κατηγορία αυτή έχουμε πρώτο τον Φίλιπ Ρέιμπιερ από τη Γαλλία με 1 στα 11, δεύτερο τον Νίκο Φραγκίστα από Ελλάδα με 5 μπάλες και 13 μέτρα σκηνή, τρίτο Γιάννης Βλυσίδης από Ελλάδα με 3,5 μπάλες και 13 μέτρα σκηνή, τέταρτο Κότλ Χέρμαν από Αυστρία 2 μπάλες με 13 μέτρα σκηνή, πέμπτον Τζερόμ Γκαμπού από Γαλλία 1,5 στα 13. Επίσης με 1,5 στα 13 ο Μπερνάρντ Κουρέρ από Ελβετία. Δημητρίου Μάριος 3 στα 14. Τζόνσεν Λάσε από Νορβηγία 2 στα 14. Βίντερ Μάρτιν από Μεγάλη Βρετανία 3 στα 16. Και τον Γαβρίλ Γιώργο από Ελλάδα με 5 στα 43.
So while we've got a short break there, just to confirm the places in the over 65 men's slalom preliminary. In first place, Philippe Rebier of France with 6 at 12 metres. And second, Nikolai Frangistas of Greece, 5 at 13. Ioannis Vlasidis of Greece in third, 3.5 at 13. Herman Kottel of Austria, 2 at 13. And then in joint fifth place, Jérôme Gombeau of France, 1.5 at 13, and Bernard Courer of Switzerland, 1.5 at 13. So those, we understand, should be your finalists. Of course, unfortunately for Bernard Courer, he did suffer an injury, we believe to his shoulder, and he has been taken off to be checked out. But those are potentially your finalists in the over 65 men's slalom. Coming up shortly, the over 55 women's slalom preliminary. And first up will be Ingrid Floymans of Belgium, followed by Anne-Cécile Marin of France, then Suzanne Varming of Norway, Chantal Clements of Great Britain, Corinne Alessandri Germont of France, and Hilary Winter of Great Britain. So that's the next competition that we'll be seeing very shortly. So there you see the start list for the next category, the over 55 women's slalom preliminary, starting out with Ingrid Floymans of Belgium.
Ξεκινάει η επόμενη κατηγορία, η οποία είναι άνω των 55 γυναίκες, πάντα προκριματικό γύρο σλάλομ. Εδώ έχουμε 6 αθλήτριες. Πρώτη αθλήτρια στο νερό, η Ingrid Βούλμανς από Βέλγιο.
So fortunately we have the boat camera pictures back now, so you've got a nice view there of Ingrid Vloeman's opening pass at 49 kilometers per hour on an 18-meter line. No dramas there, Angeliki?
An easy opening pass for Ingrid. This is the first ladies that we see slaloming on the water, and it should be a very interesting weekend. So now she's dropping and coming back at 16 meters, I think, yes, or 52. I think 52, yes. Sorry about that. She will come back at 52, 18 meters rope.
Nice to get the replay there, the slow motion replay. You can see exactly how she got round those boys. Nice warm-up pass. So Ingrid should be coming back on at 52 kilometers per hour, which is the maximum speed for this age category. So what did you make of that one, Angeliki? Not quite as comfortable as the first one, huh?
No, but maybe she's getting the hang of it, and this is maybe a stressful pass as she's getting to shorten the rope now. I think she will be more relaxed for her third pass. She has a 50-second drop to get reorganized and concentrate for her next pass.
Yes, just to those who don't realise, there is a set amount of time. Each competition decides how long you will set down at the end of each pass to let the water settle. And the idea is that every skier gets the same opportunity, and in this competition it is 50 seconds. So that's, I believe, 50 seconds from when, is it the skier or the boat goes through the exit gates? So it's not from when they actually drop in, is it?
No, it's 50 seconds from the minute the boat goes out the gates, so it's not that much of a long time. She's coming back now with 16 meters at 52.
Well, you can talk us through this then?
I actually don't like to do that, I think, but let's watch her. She's going stronger than the previous pass. Okay, 4 buoys, I think. Let's wait for the judges, but I think it's 4 buoys at 16 meters.
Jane, what do you want to eat? They have moussaka.
So that was a confirmed score of 4 boys at 52, 16 metres for Ingrid Floymans. So she's just coming back behind the boat now to the start jetty, and next up will be Anne-Cécile Marin of France. Yeah, some of them, but they're not all. I mean, that's the so we can. Some of them have put it, some haven't. So I am saying it.
Έλα.
So this was a great first pass for Anne-Cécile. She started with 18 meters and 52 kilometers, which is the top speed, and she will return now with 16 meters.
Η αθλήτρια που μόλις είδαμε είναι η Marin Anne-Cécile από τη Γαλλία. Ξεκίνησε με 52 χιλιόμετρα και 18 και 25 σκηνή.
So apologies there. We have a non-starter, it seems, in Anne-Cécile Marin, and that was in fact Suzanne Varming of Norway. and her opening pass was at 52 kilometers per hour, and the one that we've just seen was 16 meters, and she successfully completed that pass. So Suzanne Varming of Norway, 6 at 16.
Ζητάμε συγγνώμη για την... δεν ήταν η αθλήτρια Μαρίνα Σεσίλ, είναι η αθλήτρια Varming Suzanne από την Νορβηγία. Ξεκίνησε με 52, 18, 25, συνέχισε με 16 και φυσικά θα επιστρέψει με 14. Varming Suzanne από Νορβηγία.
We're just watching that replay there on the 14-meter line for Suzanne Varming. So she'll be coming back on 13. So here we go, 13-meter pass. Oh. So it looks like 3.5 boys scored at 13 meters for Suzanne Varming. Just wait for that confirmation. I think it may be 3.
Τελικό αποτέλεσμα για την Suzanne Varming από την Νορβηγία. 3 μπάλες με 13 μέτρα σκηνή. Η επόμενη αθλήτρια Clemence Chantal από Μεγάλη Βρετανία. Θα μάθουμε σε λίγο και την αρχική της ταχύτητα και τα μέτρα σκηνιού που ξεκινάει. Και φυσικά θα επιστρέψει με 14. Varming Suzanne.
So that has been corrected. So we thought it was 3.5, then it was 3, but confirmed score for Suzanne Warming, 3.5 on the 13-metre line. And next up should be Chantal Clements of Great Britain. Yeah, this is Chantal. She's on the 16-metre line. Looked a little bit narrow to me, but what do I know? Angeliki is a lady who can probably tell me a bit more, whether that was a little bit of a sketchy pass as an opener.
I think I saw her skiing the previous days, so I know she can ski a lot better than that. Let's just assume she was a bit nervous for her opening pass.
Yeah, I gather she does occasionally get a little nervous, but she's completed it, and that's all that matters. So hopefully that will have settled any nerves, and possibly this 14-metre pass will be a little nicer, a little calmer, a little bit more relaxed. So here we go. Here comes Chantal on the 14-metre pass. 14.25 metres to be precise. Very low handle there. But again, if that was nerves at the start, then she seemed to recover well to complete that. So what do you make of what you can see here on this replay, Angeliki?
There you go. Her gates were a bit narrow. Dagging her head a little bit. But she did pull strong to number 2, a bit too stronger, and then, she managed to get through. She is being aggressive though, and I think that's the reason why she managed to close the pass. A bit dislocated arms and hips, but she did make the pass, so that's what matters. So that's 6 buoys at 14 meters, and she will come back with 13.
You know, I'm a recreational slalom skier, and if I'd done that at even at my opening pass, I probably would never have run that. So that's remarkably strong skiing there from Chantal to pull that back. So let's see what she can do at 13 meters. Oh, and yes, just rearing up there, but that looks like she's probably scored the full 2 buoys, subject, of course, to the judge. But she looked as if she was pretty pleased with that. So good skiing there from Chantal from Great Britain. She was the European champion in 2016 and British champion in 2016 also. I think it's a little bit difficult to see, but it looks like her personal best is something, maybe 1 at 12, but may have been, I can't quite see which year that was, but yeah, good skiing from Chantal, whose hobby apparently is extreme ironing. I think that may be a joke, but maybe it's not. Maybe she really does love ironing. I can't imagine how anybody could possibly love ironing. So there you go, she's being brought down to the jetty again, having scored 2 at 13 metres, so that currently puts her in second place in this over 55 women's slalom preliminary. So next up should be Corinne Alessandri Germont of France.
Are we winning?
I don't know.
The Greeks.
Of course.
There you
don't know.
Come on, Ella Jane. Didn't we?
No.
No.
Well, you are in one category, aren't you? Doing well in the men. Here comes Corinne Alessandri Germont of France on the 16-metre line.
Περίμενε Κατερίνα, να σου πω, ψητά σουβλάκια εκεί. Μπράβο, από κάπου και σουβλάκια. Αυτά, έτσι. Ναι, περίμενε ρε Κατερίνα, περίμενε. Να μαζέψω κι άλλους και θα σου στείλω. Πόσες είναι? Εντάξει, έγινε.
Very nice warm-up pass there for Corinne. No dramas at all.
Γεμιστά με ρύζι, ψητά λαχανικά, σαλάτες.
So second pass for Corinne, coming back on 14.25 metres. Looking very strong again on that pass, Angeliki.
Yes, they seem to be very aggressive as the line gets shorter. I think this is a category with 6 participations, but I think Anne-Marie never got in the water. Is that correct?
Yeah, I wasn't aware that she wasn't starting, but I don't have a biog for her, so perhaps she didn't come and withdrew from the competition. But that does mean we have only 5 women in this category, which means assuming that all of them, the remaining one, Hillary, gets a score, all 5 of these will go through to the final, as I understand it. So I suppose in a way the...
She was very kind. She was very kind not to appear.
Yeah, I guess yeah, I mean, it takes the pressure off them, perhaps, but as we say, you have to get through the gates to at least get a score to get to the final.
And of course, we always wait for the judges' confirmation, although all you're listening here is what we assume and what we hope. So it's always at the judges to decide how many and if they will make the finals or not.
Of course, but we have got confirmed scores now for 4 of the 5 and just one more skier to go afterwards. But still we have Corinne on the water. So you're looking there at the start jetty, which is being used for the slalom and tricks events in this competition. There's another jetty which will be used as the start jetty for the jump competition when we start there, but no jump today. Just a brief delay while there's a check on a buoy. I'm not quite sure what the situation is, but I'm guessing, Angeliki, that if the delay is too long, will they have to give Corinne a warm-up pass or what? Or how do you know how long the wait has to be?
I think it's 3 minutes, but I'm not quite sure. But for the time being, she's okay. They still haven't said that they are stopping the competition for some reason. She should be on her way soon. I can see the boat getting a straight line.
So here we go. Here comes Corinne on 13 meters now. Oh, handle was very high there on number 2, and yes, doesn't quite manage it. So round 3, so subject to the judges' score, 2.5, Angeliki?
Yes, I think it will be 2.5 at 13 meters. We will get the confirmation from the judges. I think there was a slight problem on the 5th buoy going down this way. I assume it's probably because of weeds. The last few days the wind has been terrible on the lake, and there are a lot of weeds wandering around in the lake, and at times they get caught on the buoys. Maybe we're guessing this could be the problem, but I can see the little dinghy, the small boat going to number 5. So soon we will find out what's happening.
So no confirmed score yet for Corinne because there may have been an issue with the boat path, so there may be a re-ride. We'll bring you confirmation of that once we know what's happening. The skier Corinne has just gone over to the jury tower. I think she's just getting clarification as to what's happened with the rules in terms of a re-ride. Chief Judge Gavin Kelly, I can see over there, talking to the judge and the skier on the back of the boat. This is all quite new. Dush Lukic, one of the British skiers in the over 45 men's category, you seem to be getting younger, Dush, has just joined me. This thing with boat path, of course, is quite new for some people. We have a boat path management system that operates on GPS called SurePath here, as well as the end course video. So I guess a lot of these skiers haven't been used to that, and they don't know what the rules are, whether they get a mandatory re-ride, a protected score, all that sort of thing.
Hi there, thanks for having me, Jane. Lovely to be here today. Fantastic conditions, and it's wonderful. But yes, you're right, SurePath's a new initiative. I know you know quite a bit about SurePath. I think it's a great idea, and obviously it's creating really precise driving and excellent conditions for all of the skiers. So this is fantastic. But it is a new concept, and it does mean that some of the judges are also getting used to the new concept as well as the skiers. So I think this is a new philosophy and phenomenon.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's been, I have to declare an interest here because my partner actually developed SurePath, but it's been used a lot in competition in the United States, and a lot of the pros know all about it, but of course most people and a lot of people in Europe It's a new thing for them completely. So we'll find out shortly. She's been taken down to the jetty end. So it looks like, I mean, it'll either be a re-ride or she'll take a protected score, I guess. But let's just wait to hear the confirmation of that.
Thanks, Jane. I think that's right. So she, on that pass, she ran 2.5 at 13 and fell in. She's obviously going back now to run the 13-metre pass again. And I understand she's got a protected score of 1 at 13. What I don't understand yet is whether she can score more than 2.5 at 13 if she runs that far. So if she runs a 13-metre pass, for example, it'll be interesting to see whether or not she's allowed to then progress to 12 metres. So Corinne is just putting her ski on, just getting ready to get moving once more, and we'll be opening up with the 13-metre pass.
So here comes Corinne on the 13-metre pass again. So as Dush says, I believe she has a protected score of 1. Well, she's got that. She's got 2. In fact, this is looking like a far better pass than the earlier one. Oh yes.
Yeah, she was in much better shape. She got a better gate. She's quite wide on the buoy there, on the gate buoys. And round 1, she was in much better shape through the course. She just seemed to pull a bit short into the 4 ball, and that made her late into the 5. So it looks like she got 5 buoys.
So at the moment, the scoring is showing 4. But we're just waiting for confirmation of that. Yeah, so it's they're not quite sure whether she made it back to the boat lane buoys. Is that right, Dush?
Yes, I wasn't 100% sure. She certainly got outside 5, so it's either 4.5 or 5 buoys. If she got back to the yellow boat gate buoys, then it would be 5 buoys, but I'm just wondering whether she carried on coasting past and didn't quite make it through back into the wake in time. So I think it's 4.5.
Yeah, it looks like that is now a confirmed score. So there's your answer, Dush. She was allowed to improve on the score that she achieved when the boat path was not correct. So that's good news for Corinne.
Yeah. No, and really excellent skiing. So she's put a marker down for the rest of the team. Great skiing, and really set the challenge for the next skier, which is, of course, our own Hilary Winter of Great Britain.
Yep, that's right. I mean, at the moment, we've got, I think, Suzanne Varming with 3.5 at 13. And then, so she's now been taken over by Corinne. So Corinne is now in the lead, but we have 1 skier left to go, Hilary Winter. She is the top seed in this. I believe that they've put them in seeding order according to their ranking scores, maybe last year. Is that correct, Dush?
That's correct, Jane. It's last year's scores that are used for the seedings for the running order this year. So I guess that puts Hilary in top slot in terms of at least seeding and expectation. And we can confirm that in the last few skis that she's had, she's been running 1.5 to 2 boys at 12 on every single occasion, to the best of my knowledge.
Yeah, in fact, regularly running 2, and I gather here, she competed in the competition here last weekend on this site and scored 2.5. So if she could do that today, I'm sure she'd be very, very happy. So here comes Hilary on her opening pass. Just confirm what that is.
18.
So I believe this is 52 kph, 18 metres. This is often what Hilary decides to do. Nice warm-up for her. Very strong skier, and that really was a nice warm-up. If she had any nerves at all, it didn't look like it, Dush.
No, that's right, Jane. Hilary's a beautiful skier. She accelerates fantastically well out of the buoy. She doesn't turn too hard. She allows the ski to come round, and then the ski just zips away to the next buoy. So it's a beautiful technique. She always starts, or usually starts, on an 18-metre line just to get a warm-up. Sometimes she starts on a 16, but I think that's more around managing the wind conditions and tactics. But normally she'd go out on an 18-metre line and give herself plenty of time to get warmed up.
Of course, Hilary is, I mean, she's quite tall, but she looks very, very slight, but she is deceptively strong, isn't she?
She's the definition of an athlete, Jane.
Yeah, what you mean, unlike both of us?
I wasn't suggesting.
Of course, Hilary is a 2-time European champion in this event. She didn't compete last year because she was recovering from a really nasty leg break, a spiral fracture, which left her out for a very long time. But she gets in the gym, she works out, she's come back as strong as ever. And here she comes on the 16-metre line. Do you want to talk us through this, Dush?
Happy to. Okay, so there's a little bit of breeze just coming up now. She's going to have to manage that, but it's just a headwind, so it's going to be favourable for her and allow her to decelerate. You can see she's got plenty of time into number 2, brings the ski around, does the work behind the boat, plenty of time into 4. I mean, so early. Look how she's waiting on 5, and she's not even trying. So that was a beautiful pass, 16 metres. She's going to have to work slightly differently on the return route. There's this gentle tailwind that's just picking up now on the course, and that means on the 14-metre pass she's going to have to manage her skiing a little bit differently, but I wouldn't expect too much change. Conditions here today, Jane, are perfect. All skiers like a little bit of a breeze, so as long as it's gentle, they know how to manage it. It allows them to try and get a headwind pass on their, on what we call their threshold pass or their money pass. And in Hilary's case, that's 13. So here she's got the gentle tailwind on the 14 metres. And I don't expect her to have any problems with this. And then on the way back, she'll have a gentle headwind at 13, which is what she'll be looking to achieve. And then it's game on with 12 metres, hopefully. Let's see.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about a gentle wind. Thank goodness it wasn't like the last 2 days when you had practice, where it was almost white-capping here on occasions, and it was very gusty, and it was a head cross, tail cross, but very fierce. But here comes Hilary. So let's see what she can do at 14 metres.
Waiting on the full ball.
Very, very calm. Yeah, I guess you were impressed with that.
I was. I mean, she was waiting on the 4 ball and looked fantastic. She gave it a little bit of a hook out of the 4 ball, which made her a little bit flat into 5, but it was never going to be a problem. And basically, she's doing most of the work behind the boat as she should, and she's looking in beautiful shape here. So she's now got this gentle headwind at 13 metres, which is a perfect scenario for her, really. Don't know.
Okay, so we gathered there was a little problem on that 14-metre pass, so Hillary is just skiing back behind the boat to the other end because she has to take that pass again, and she has to do it. The rules say you have to do it from the same end. That's right, isn't it, Dush? So it's the same pass at the same line length from the same end, and we understand there may have been an issue with that line perhaps not being shortened. I mean, you could probably see the length of the line, couldn't you, Dush?
You could indeed, and she's just come back on 16 metres, so it's pretty clear to me that the line wasn't shortened down to 14 metres when it should have been on the previous pass. So she's had effectively a second run at 16 as a practice. Now she's got to get on with a 14-metre pass and do it all over again. This time, hopefully, the rope line will be shortened down to the correct length.
You said she was an athlete. It's just as well, because if that was me, I wouldn't want another pass because I'd be exhausted. You know, you think you've done it. You think you're going in at 13. I suppose it's not ideal, but she is she's not a professional, but you know what I mean. She's a pro, isn't she, Hillary?
Jane, she's a top skier. And I think when you're skiing a lot and you're fit, and she's doing both of those things, then an extra pass isn't an issue. I think it's more really psychological, and whether you've got the mental fortitude to deal with it and treat it the right way. Sometimes it can throw skiers when they have a googly bolt at them, but actually I think in this case it will just strengthen her resolve, and I'm expecting her to see her perform an excellent 14-metre pass. As we speak, however, I can just feel the breeze coming up a couple of miles per hour now, so it's going to be a little bit stronger. She's going to have to bring the ski around a little bit more and make sure she has more angle going through the wakes and maybe a little less oomph at the same time. So here she comes. Jane, I'm happy to talk through this if you want me to. So she's pulling out reasonably late there, which is good. She's good and wide. She's got a nice wide setup on the gate. Okay, she's nicely inside the gate buoy. A little bit of a hiccup round 1, but she's still early on 2. She's got it all back into 3. She's in great shape. She's very early on 4. Look how she's waiting. Big football out of 5. She's got plenty of time. She hooked it slightly, didn't need to, but she ran that really quite easily. It was a brilliant run by Hillary. 6 at 14. And we'll be moving down to the 13-metre rope length, which is, of course, where all the action is in this ladies over 55 group, with Corinna on, I think, 4.5 at 13, with Susie on, I believe, 3.5 at 13, with Chantal on, I believe, 2 at 13. So I think they'll all progress to the final, won't they, Jane?
Yes, that's right. Yeah, five skiers all go through to the final as long as they all get a score, which of course they all have by now, so the pressure is off. But of course Hillary will want to go through as the top seed, I'm very sure. We should also point out, for those who don't know, of course, Hillary's husband Martin Winter is skiing here in the slalom as well. He went out earlier, didn't have his best result. I think he got something at 14. But of course, again, those who don't know, they are the parents of the infamous Freddie Winter, a professional skier, one of the world's best slalom specialists.
Well, that's true, although if you ask Hillary, she is actually, Freddie is actually the son of Hillary Winter and Martin Winter, so I think there's competition for standing in the ski world. Anyway, as we speak, Hillary's in good shape, setting up for gates on 13. She's got round beautifully on number 1. She's got time into 2. She's early into 3. She's running this so beautifully. Look how early she is on that buoy. That is a beautiful pass by Hillary. 6 buoys scored. I even have confidence of saying before she gets through the exit gates.
Yeah, I mean, that looked better than the 14-metre pass, but I suppose with a slight headwind, it helped her. I mean, it was really poetry in motion, I would say.
It was. She's definitely the best winter skier today.
Yeah, I think you're right there. I think it must be pretty awful to say of the parents of Freddie Winter, but yeah, Freddie Winter is the son of the great European 2-time champion in the over 55s, Hillary Winter. So there you go, lovely. Well, I'm really looking forward to seeing what Hillary can do now. As Dush said, the wind has picked up a little. It's not too bad, but there is a definite tailwind. So Hillary regularly gets 2, 1.5 occasionally, 2.5 this weekend at 12. What do you think she can do here?
I won't say what I think she's going to do, but I mean, she's capable of running this pass, but I think she's got to get the width on the gate. So for me, it's now the approach to the gate that's going to be critical. She's going to have to, in my view, she'll have to pull out a fraction later because the line length is quite a bit shorter. Despite the fact that there is a tailwind, she still has to get to pull out a little later. So I'm hoping she's going to pull out when the boat goes through the green buoys and not before. There we are. So this is later and wider, and I think this is a good setup, and it's a nice one. Okay, broke a little bit of line there. Oh, I said it's a nice one. Looked like a good setup, but she probably should have carried the handle a little bit further with her and stayed connected a little bit longer. So that's a shame, but one boy scored.
So she does take the lead, obviously, in this preliminary. So she will go into the final as the top seed, 1 at 12. Probably knowing Hillary, she'll be annoyed she didn't get 2, but great skiing from her, really strong skiing. So that's the end of the over 55 women slalom preliminary. So there we have Hillary Winter with 1 at 12. Corinne Alessandri Germont of France with 4.5 at 13. Suzanne Varming of Norway, 3.5 at 13. Chantal Clements of Great Britain, 2 at 13. And Ingrid Floymans of Belgium, 4 at 16 metres. So those are your 5 skiers in the over 55 slalom preliminary.
Μόλις τελείωσε η κατηγορία των γυναικών άνω των 55 ετών στο προκριματικό γύρο του σλάλομ και τα αποτελέσματα μέχρι στιγμής στις γυναίκες έχουν ως εξής. Πρώτη, Winter Hillary από την Μεγάλη Βρετανία με 1 στα 12. Αλεσανδρή Γκερμόν Κορίν από Γαλλία 4,5 στα 13. Βάρμινγκ Σουζάν από Νορβηγία 3,5 στα 13. Κλεμέντ Σαντάλ από την Μεγάλη Βρετανία 2 στα 13 και η Ίγκριντ Βελμάνς από Βέλγιο 4 στα 16.
So with no further ado, we're straight into the men's over 55. This should be Francois Mathieu of France. It is indeed. Dush has confirmed that. Fortunately, you know this skier. So he is the first of 5 skiers in Series 3 of the over 55 men's slalom. So just explain, we've got Series 3, Series 2, Series 1. That's because we've got an awful lot of skiers in this category. But what do the series mean? Are they seeded so that Series 1 is the top?
Well, that's absolutely correct. So the seedings are based on the previous season's personal bests. So that may not actually reflect where these skiers stand relative to each other, because last year was, of course, tail end of COVID. So there may be some distortions, although generally not. And Francois, a lovely skier. I seem to recall he's a very good trick skier as well, from memory. And nice to see him. I remember seeing him on the on the Stark Dock when I was also in this in the same age category and skiing in the same age category as him a few seasons ago. So let's see how he gets on.
Ξεκίνησε η επόμενη κατηγορία, άνδρες άνω των 55 σειρά 3, σλάλομ προκριματικός γύρος, πανευρωπαϊκό πρωτάθλημα άνω των 35 ετών, εδώ στο κανάλι της Αμφιθέας στα Γιάννενα. Η κατηγορία έχει 5 αθλητές και αυτή τη στιγμή βλέπουμε τον αθλητή Φρανσουά Μαθιό από την Γαλλία. Η σειρά 3 σημαίνει ότι τα αποτελέσματά τους δεν είναι τόσο καλά. Είναι καλά, αλλά όχι τόσο καλά όσο στη σειρά 1 και 2. Ο αθλητής της Γαλλίας Φρανσουά Μαθιό ξεκίνησε με 55-18-25, συνέχισε με 16 στα 55 και συνεχίζει κοντένοντας σκηνή στα 14.
So Francois Mathieu went out at 55 on an 18-metre line, so he ran that, and he's just come back on the 16-metre line. So here we go, coming in on 14 metres. Dush.
Thanks, Jane. Here he comes. Okay, so he's got a good wide setup there, slightly on the back of the ski, I think. But anyway, let's have a look. A little bit of bobble on the ski round number 1, a little bit late, safety checked into 2. He's now late out of 3. I don't think he's going to make it to 4, just inside the 4 balls. So I made that 3 boys at 14. I just felt that he didn't quite have the stability in the pre-turn in 1. And that then set him up for a slightly wobbly and late entry into 2. And then after that, he was having to fight his way down course.
From this angle, Dush, it looked like the setup and the gate were really good. So do you know what he did at 1 that made it difficult for him to get further down?
Well, I think typically what happens is if the skier's actually sort of looking as if they're wobbling a little bit narrow on 1, he disconnected too early, changed edge a little bit too soon, and didn't actually maintain his connection all the way through the edge change. And as a consequence, that made him ski flat into 1, bobble out of the buoy, and it made him late and ski down course. So it's really important to get a wide gate and to stay connected, i.e. keep your hips and the handle close together at all times when you're crossing the wakes, and also through the edge change. And some skiers, myself included occasionally, have a tendency just to ease out the handle and become disconnected a little too soon, and that then starts taking you down course straight away.
And of course, I said he looked like he had a good pull out and a good gait. He's a right foot forward skier, so that's why. But it also is why sometimes buoy 1 can be difficult, because that's your bad side. I mean, almost everybody, I guess, has a bad side, and it tends to be 1, 3, 5 if you're right foot forward.
I mean, it's an interesting one, Jane. The left foot skiers struggle through the gates, but they're great shape coming out of 1, going into and coming out of 1. And the right foot skiers have a good entry into the gates, but then have to manage the connection and the pre-buoy work into 1. So yes, it swings and roundabouts. But if you're a right foot skier and you get to 2 in good shape, there's every chance you're going to run the pass. For a left foot skier, really, it's more like number 3, which makes the difference, I suspect. But generally speaking, the coaches will say to you gates 1, 2 are critical, but I think it's slightly advantageous for a right foot skier at that stage. The left foot skier gets the benefit further down course.
Yeah, well, I guess it's fair for us whichever way, but as you say, you've got to get it right at a different part of the course depending on whether you're right foot forward or left foot forward. But there are 6 boys, and 2 sets of gates. So I suppose we should assume that it's fair for everyone. But are you right foot forward, Dush, or left?
Some days I'm right foot forward.
What does that mean?
I'm right foot forward. Yeah, love skiing on my right foot. Don't want to try the left foot now. It's a bit late.
Yeah, I'm right foot forward too. And I remember once on a fun day at our club, we all had to do something different, and I tried to get out of the water left foot forward, and I couldn't actually do a deep water start. So yeah, should be easy enough, but nope. So here is Frédéric Vigneron of France, who started on the 16-metre line.
Good for him. Done well.
Επόμενος αθλητής που μόλις είδαμε στο νερό είναι ο Γάλλος Φρέντερικ Βινιερό. Ξεκίνησε με 16 μέτρα σκηνή. Θα συνεχίσει την προσπάθειά του κοντένοντας σκηνή και 14 και 25.
So just watching that replay there on 16 metres for Frédéric Vigneron. He'll be coming back on the 14-metre line. I don't know, do you know anything about Frédéric Dush? Because I don't have any information about him here.
I've skied against him and I know he's a gentleman. I don't know which club he skis at in France, but he's capable of running 14 metres. I've seen him certainly get 4s and 5s. I'm not sure if I've seen him get into 13, but he's going to have to be a little bit smoother. That's a good-looking one, I think. He's a lefty, so dodgy 2, dropped his shoulders, out of position, out of 2 to 3, but he's still round 4. If he gets round 4, it's a big 5, and this is where the left foot advantage counts, and he's made a 60 to 40-metre pass. There you go. And that's the point, Jane. He was in bad shape round 2, but he's able to hold his position. He didn't have such a bad 4 as the 2, but it still wasn't perfect. But once he got to 5, he was able to take advantage of being a left foot forward skier and give it a big one from 5 to 6 and make the pass. And he'll be delighted. I know that must be close to his personal best.
It's so good when an illustration of what you've just explained happens in front of your eyes. So that was perfect. As you say, we're just watching the replay there. That, yeah. That boy, yeah. The boy 2 wasn't great, but then he pulled it back.
And a big 5.
Big 5, yep. And then you don't have to do much really for 6 then, do you?
No, I mean, that's right. I mean, I've been in that position many times around 5 as a right foot forward skier. And you've got to either, if you're a left foot forward skier, you don't panic. But you can give it a bit of an extra pull, you're in strong position. If it's your offside, as it is for me, then you're in trouble. Okay, here he comes. On the 13-metre pass, I think he's pulled out too soon and he's drifted in. So he's in trouble already. He's narrow on 1, okay, but he's actually done okay out of 1, but he's late into 2. Exactly what I was illustrating, unfortunately. You have to get wide and have good glide, be actually travelling at the same speed as the boat when you make the turn and get the width. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to do that, so 2 at 13. But I think Frédéric will be pleased with that score. And I don't think I've seen him score that highly, but I haven't followed him around the world. But I don't think I've seen him score that highly in the Europeans before, so I think he'll be pleased.
So here's a replay of that pass. Just handing you over to Dush briefly to give a few more pearls of wisdom.
Thanks, Jane. I think they've just stopped the boat at the far end in any event, but I think there may be a shore path query. So we're just waiting to see what happens, but I'm expecting the boat to come back down the lake and start again. Okay, I think I'm hearing that he's actually being given an official score at 2 at 13. He will not be having a re-ride. It's 2 at 13, and I think he'll be pleased with that score. He's a good skier. There's no question about that. You can't get that kind of a score without being a good skier. There are a few modifications that he could make, which I think would help him to actually get quite a long way further down this line. And that should be encouraging, because there's no question he's got good control in his ski. He just needs to work out the gates, really. And if he can get those gates right, I think he's going to be in a much stronger position moving forward.
Thanks, Dush. Next up is someone you know rather well. He's your team captain, Mark Beard. He did okay in the tricks prelim. He's obviously an overall skier, so he's hoping for good scores throughout. He got 1,630 points, which he was happy with, which got him through to the final in the tricks. But I think it's fair to say that slalom is probably his least favourite event. Is that right? Or at least strong event, maybe.
Well, that's an interesting one, really. Mark describes himself as a three-eventer. He's a very good jump skier. His personal best in slalom is 5:14, which is very good. But he needs to be consistent in achieving that, and I think even he would admit that that's not the case. So I think he's probably going to go out now on a 32.52 kph, 32 mile an hour start speed with an 18-meter line. As we know, the ski is shortened down at 55 kph. So I'm anticipating a 32 kph start speed, 18 meters, and then we'll see where he goes. And I think he'll just want to get through this opening pass to get an overall score and give himself a tummy settler first. Right. He's going in at 55. All right, so that's a bit of a turn up, okay. So he is. He's a little bit tentative on one. He could put a little bit longer, but he's not going to panic. He's a lefty, so he's good out of 3. Bit late into 4, but he's not going to panic. He's going to come round 5, and I'm confident he's going to make it. 6 boys. It was quite a tentative pass. I don't think he enjoys his opening as much as I do.
Επόμενος αθλητής από την Μεγάλη Βρετανία, Mark Beard, ξεκίνησε με 52, με επιτυχία το πέρασμα. Τι έρχεται? Θα επιστρέψει με 16 μέτρα σκηνή, Mark Beard από την Μεγάλη Βρετανία.
Sorry, you were a bit surprised that Mark went in at 55. I see it's actually corrected now to 52, so that would have been more what you would have expected Mark to do.
I was a bit surprised when you said 55, if I'm honest, Jane. I haven't seen him start at 55 in a short while. So if this is 55 now, that's fine. Mark's going to be able to take advantage of his natural athleticism and leverage as such a tall, skinny skier. So let's see how he gets on. So Mark at 55 is going to have to work a little bit harder. He's going to have to get down on that ski a little bit more, which he is doing, and work a little bit harder, work the edges. Okay, he's a little bit tentative into 2, but he should get a strong 3. He's a bit late. He's late out of 4 on the back of the ski, and he's pulling all the way to 5, but it's a big 5 for a lefty, and he's going to get into 16 now. He'll be happy with that. Okay, I don't think I've seen him get into 16 in a European tournament in the last 3 or 4 seasons. So I think he'll be delighted with that, and this is definitely going to push his credentials in the overall. So a good trick score at 1660, I think, or 1630, and then a very good pass. I've not seen him do this in such a while, to run 55 and get into 16. He's more than capable of running this pass and the next one down. Hopefully now he's settled down a little bit.
Little bit of a tailwind for this 16, so will that trouble him, do you think?
Not with his weight.
I thought you said he was tall and slim.
He is, in his own way. No, I mean, I think he's a 90 kilo skier, so he's got a fair bit to carry. I can say that because I'm also a 90 kilo skier. He'll be fine with this. It's more about the angle. Okay, it's all about the angle on the gate. So he's coming in on the 16-meter line, first time in a while in competition. Okay, he's leant back quite a long way on that one, but he's got a good coast. He's not got a bad turn. It's not a bad start, but he's dropped his shoulder a little bit into 1. He's into 2. He's wobbled a bit. He's got to get to 3. He's got to produce a big one out of 3, but 3 out of 16, he'll be happy. And so am I. I'm delighted for him. That was great skiing.
Thanks, Dush. Here's, as he didn't fall, he'll be coming back behind the boat, I imagine, so you can give him a big round of applause, yell at him, don't say anything rude, otherwise we'll have to turn the microphone off.
Εδώ οι φίλοι του οι Άγγλοι πανηγυρίζουν. Ήταν ο Μάρκ Μπέρντ, ο οποίος έφερε 3 in the 16. 3 μπάλες με 16 μέτρα σκηνή. Επόμενος αθλητής, επίσης από τη Μεγάλη Βρετανία, Woodridge Simon.
So Mark Beard's coming back behind the boat after scoring 3 at 16 metres. Very good. Dush is now down on the jump jetty ahead of me to give him a big round of applause. Yeah, he's definitely happy with that, is Mark. Mark is, as well as being the GB team captain, he does an awful lot of work, along with Dush in fact, for a fundraising initiative to get a lot of money for the development of water skiing, tournament water skiing as we used to call it in Great Britain. That's bringing on young skiers and also supporting youth and open skiers with their travel to title tournaments like European and World tournaments. So that's something that I was just saying that you and Mark do a lot of work in the fundraising to support British water skiing.
Yes, thanks, Jane. It was it's an initiative called Friends of Tournament, and it was set up by initially Mark Beard and Gavin Kelly, who's the chief judge today. And they kindly invited me to join the committee a year and a half ago or so. And it's a lottery-based initiative under the auspices of the British Water Ski Federation. And it makes up for lost funding for the GB team skiers in the open and the junior categories. 30% of the money and the funds raised goes towards sending the British teams to international competitions. 30% goes towards development days. And 30% of the money also goes, or 40% of the money goes as prize money. So the initiative we're very proud of. We've raised over £200,000 in 5 seasons for the British water skiers, and we've had some phenomenal support from the community. So we're very grateful.
Thanks, Dush. I'm sure some people listening might want to try and follow that, because it is, as Dush says, very successful. And I happened to win first prize in the lottery this month. So people who support Friends of Tournament have the opportunity to win money. As Dush says, a large part of it does, though, go towards the development of water skiing in Great Britain. So we've just got a slight delay before the next skier, who will also be from Great Britain, Simon Waldridge. So we have 2 more skiers, Simon Waldridge and Alistair White of Switzerland, in Series 3 of this over 55 men's slalom prelim. And then we move on to Series 2 and Series 1, an awful lot of men in this category. So it's very, very competitive. And if you have 20 or more skiers in any one category, the top 12 go through to the final. So clearly we won't have any indication about that until we've got through all 3 series, and you would usually expect most of those in Series 1 to go through, but of course it doesn't always work like that. Some people have really great competitions, and others perhaps don't do as well as expected, but we have yet to see. We've got an awful lot more skiing to go on today, but it is just slalom today. We have none of the jump competition. We'll begin today on day 1 of this Europe and Africa plus 35 championships here in Ioannina in beautiful northwestern Greece. Sophia, tell me about Ioannina. You know it very well, don't you?
Ioannina is a beautiful city with a great history from old years during the Turkish occupation. Here was the Ali Pasas. Here was Mrs. Kirafrosini, which Ali Pasas drowned her in the lake. This town has a great history, really. It's a beautiful city.
Thank you, Sophia. And it's, I mean, the lake we're on, you can see this beautiful view now with the mountains in front of us and the village up ahead. Behind us, that you can't see, is the big lake, which I think they used to water ski on the big lake, didn't they? And had competitions there until this one was developed as a purpose-made site for water skiing. So
many competitions from before 1989, many championships, Balkans, Europeans, except from the world. So they hope to take the worlds in a few years later, maybe.
Marvellous. It is a lovely site. Dush, you skied here at the weekend and you're also skiing here too, but you've skied here before. You like it? Is it one of your favourite places?
It really is one of my favourite places. I was here 3 years ago for the Europeans and also for the Pamvotis Open, which is a great event, a ranking event. And frankly, I've always skied close to my best here. This weekend, maybe not, but most of the time, I'm on good form here, and I love this lake. And I think most of the skiers feel the same way about it. I've spoken to lots of the British skiers, and they always produce close to their best. And the hospitality, the organisation, the warmth, it's all phenomenal. So we love skiing here. Yes, the site skis a little bit slow, like a lot of the hot European sites. The water's a little bit soft and slow, so you have to make sure that you ski wide. And if you ski wide, you're in great shape. If you don't ski wide, it's very difficult to make up the lost ground, and so that's one of the features. But I expect to see some phenomenal performances here over the course of the next 24, 48 hours. They've got some fantastic skiers to come now, also in the 55, and then in the 45 and 35 age groups. So we can expect to see some potentially some records falling over the course of the next 2 days.
Thanks, Dush. Okay, so the boat is just pulling another British skier, Simon Waldridge, out of the water. I believe he's going in at 18 metres. I think this is 52. Just get that confirmed.
Well, Jane, I'll pick it up. Well, he didn't get a good gate, actually. It was on the back of his foot, and he's very narrow through the gates into the number one ball. He's going to fight all the way to make this pass. I think he'll do it, but it was not a great start for Simon. Well done. He didn't panic. So basically what happened there is he turned on the back of his ski. He went through the middle of the gates. He didn't go through on the right-hand side. He went through the middle of the gates. That made him late and flat into number one. And after that, it was a real battle. But he did what the good skiers should do. He didn't panic. And he didn't try and force the turn. And he managed to control the skiing so that he made all the work through the wakes of the boat, behind the boat, and that enabled him to make this pass. It was a shaky start, but hopefully that's now a tummy settler. He's got his 6 buoys. And it was, I think we're now coming back at 55, 18 metres. Simon's more than capable of running this. In most competitions, he runs into 16, and I think his best is 3 or 4 at 14. 3 at 14. Last year, but he regularly gets 4s and 5s at 16, so I would expect him to make light work of this 55 kph 18 metre pass. However, he needs a better setup, so let's see what happens. Okay, he's pulled out nice and wide. I think it's a slightly better setup, but there's a bit of bounce off that wake. It's better position out of 1. Okay, it's all right into 2. Skiing a little bit buoy to buoy on the back of his ski there out of 3, but okay to 4. If he gets to 5 in shape, which he is, he's going to make the pass. Okay, it was still a little bit shaky, but he'll be happy to have gone through that. That'll settle his nerves now completely, I would say. And 6 buoys scored, shortening down to the 16-metre line. Big cheer from the GB fans at the bottom end of the lake. Just watching the replay, dropped his shoulders into number 1. Okay out of number 2, but not particularly well connected, not much angle. Coming through the 3 ball, dropped his shoulder again, so needs to think about that on the next pass. In reasonable shape there. He knows he's round 4, he's not going to panic. And waiting for the 5 where he can give it a big pull out of 5, which he does, and skis all the way to 6, doesn't matter. Gets round 6 and runs through the pass. Okay, so nerves settled. Big cheer from the GB fans down at the bottom end of the lake. Getting ready now for the 16-metre pass. And I think this is going to be a great pass. I'm crossing my fingers for him. He's got to get a little bit more onto the front of the ski, get nice and wide on his setup, and make sure that he doesn't drop his shoulder into the 1 ball. Jane, do you want to pick it up?
Yeah, I was just saying the wind looks like it's dropped a little as well, so there's not really any wind to speak of here. Maybe very slight tail, but let's see whether he can get a good start. It's pulling those arms in a little bit.
Come on, Simon.
Oh.
Go on, Simon. Go on, Simon.
Oh, I thought he was going to pull that back, but not quite. I mean, he was, I don't know, as I say, I'm no expert, you're the expert, but he really pulled in on those arms, didn't he? And sort of reared back a little bit on 2.
No, I think that's right. I mean, first of all, it was great to get that far down the line. From our vantage point, when he was coming around the 3 ball and heading towards the 4 ball, I thought he was heading for the ramp, to be honest with you, because he was quite late. But how he pulled that back, I don't know. But he did, so that's brilliant. And I think he scored the 5 balls, or is it 4.5? We're just checking. I think we're just checking. But he'll be happy with that, because that is for him, anything sort of past the 4 ball at 16, I think he'd regard as a score he's pretty happy with. So he'll be delighted. And I think he scored quite well in the tricks this morning. So I think in the overall, he's starting to look as if he's in pretty good shape, actually. I'm going to go and give him a cheer.
Thanks, Tush. You go down there and give him a cheer. So Simon is brought back there, having had a confirmed score of 4 buoys at 16, so didn't get outside that number 5, but still good skiing there. We're about to see the final skier in Series 3 on the water, and that's Ali White of Switzerland, who I gather is actually Scottish, but also Swiss. So he competes for Switzerland.
Τελικό αποτέλεσμα για τον αθλητή της Μεγάλης Βρετανίας Σάιμον Γούλντριτς, 4 μπάλες με 16 μέτρα σκηνή. Και επόμενος και τελευταίος αθλητής στην κατηγορία 55, άνω των 55 άντρες, σειρά 3 σλάλομ προκριματικός γύρος του Πανευρωπαϊκού Πρωταθλήματος άνω των 35 ετών, εδώ στο κανάλι της Αμφιθέας, στα όμορφα Γιάννενα. Γουίτι Άλισνταρ από Ελβετία.
So here comes Ali White on his first pass, Ali White of Switzerland. Just trying to work out, is that 52?
I'm not sure.
Maybe it's...
9.6 is 55.
So we think that was 55. Yep, 55, 18-metre line, Dush.
No, that's good skiing. So straight into the 16-metre line. I noticed he got a bit of slack as he came into number 1 there. So he got a little bit of slack coming into number 1. I saw the line touch the water. So he skidded a little bit at the buoy, as it were. But at the same time, he never looked in any real trouble there. It's very, very difficult in the European Championships to come in there and just turn it on and be relaxed and cool and ski your best. But that's what it requires, of course. So it'll be interesting now to see when he shortens down to the next line length, how he gets on.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. Before we were live on air, we had the tricks prelims, and Ali only scored 80. I don't know what happened there. I remember him shouting when he went down, but hopefully he'll have a much improved slalom.
All right, so he's making his way through the gates. A slightly tighter line, but a bit of a glitch on the buoy. On his ski, was flipping a little bit, but he's still in shape there. Pulled the ball up to his shoulders, so his chest. He's late into 4. I don't think he's going to make 5. He's managed to get round 5. If he gets around this, it's going to be astonishing. And he's gone round 6, but I think he's gone round 6, maybe inside. He was battling. I didn't expect he'd get as far as 5, and I certainly didn't think he'd get across the weight to 6. So he'll be disappointed. I think his best is 6 buoys higher than that, 5 at 14. So disappointed. I'm just looking at the replay, Jane. How's that looking on the replay? So he's broken there, pulled the ball up, the handle up to his chest. He's reaching down at the buoy, which is not where you want to be. It's not allowing him to bring the ski around. He's then late there again. The handle comes up to the chest. There's disconnection from the buoy, from the handle and the boat. He's on a flat ski from 4 to 5. On the back of his ski from 5, it's a real challenge. He's broken. I can't really tell whether he got around that or not. He doesn't seem to think so, because he should have actually gone to the wake after that.
Yeah, watching him live, I wasn't convinced he did, but it was quite difficult to see from that angle on the replay. So I guess we'll just wait. I think the judges have given 5, which sounds about right to me. Let's just double check whether they're... Yep, 5 at 16 for Ali White is the confirmed score.
Τελικό αποτέλεσμα για τον αθλητή της Ελβετίας, White Alisdair, 5 μπάλες με 16 μέτρα σκηνή. Εδώ τελείωσε η σειρά 3 των ανδρών άνω των 55 ετών και θα συνεχίσουμε με τους άνδρες άνω των 55 ετών, σειρά 2, προκριματικός γύρος σλάλομ. Εδώ έχουμε 10 αθλητές από την Αυστρία, Τσεχία, Σουηδία, Ελλάδα, Μονακό, Γαλλία, Κύπρος Όλοι αυτοί λοιπόν, τα 9 άτομα, 9 συγκεκριμένα, είναι στην κατηγορία των ανδρών άνω των 55 ετών, σειρά 2. Σλάλομ προκριματικός.
Okay, so next up we've got Series 2 in the over 55 men. I'll just run through the starters in that as we understand it. Rupert Engel of Austria, Zdenek Coleman of the Czech Republic, Bo Sjöström of Sweden, Andreas Kampanis of Greece, Aleko Kursioglu of Monaco, Pascal Delage of France, Stéphane Georgeon of France. I'm not sure whether Stelios Konstantinou is here from Cyprus. He's on the list. I haven't seen him yet, but he may be there. And then Thierry Sportisch of France. So a few French there. Do you know much about those skiers, Dush?
I know a bit about some of them. I've competed with quite a few of them over the years. So I know Rupert Engel, who's going to be coming in shortly. Lovely gentleman from Wolfgangsee in Austria, which is a lake where you can ski and where there are there's a slalom course, but it's also quite a large lake, and I gather they have steamers and ferries on there, which makes it difficult for them to do proper skiing during the daytime. But they do go and slalom in the mornings, and there are some lovely hotels to go and stay there. It's a beautiful part of the world, just a short ride from south of Munich, not far from Salzburg. Beautiful part of the world. And I can see, speaking of Austria, we've got the Austrian team captain and the superstar skier Frankie Schulze standing further down the lake with the Austrian flag. Hopefully that's not going to put Rupert off when he comes flying past at 60 miles an hour, but let's see how that works. So I guess, I don't know what they're doing, whether they're making some changes or gassing up. Normally, if there's a delay between the two series, it's, so in this case, Series 3 for the over men 55s and Series 2, they're probably just gassing up the boat. And I do remember 3 years ago being here and being next to go when they're gassing up the boat, and it's a little bit of extra tension. It gets the nerves jangling that a little bit more because you think you're going to go. Suddenly they stop the boat, they bring it in, they fill it up with gas, and you think, is that gas going to work against me, or am I going to be okay? All of those things go through your mind, and you have to put them to the back of your mind and just focus on the job in hand.
But I thought you were the coolest customer, Dush. Is that not true?
I'm not the person who should comment, Jane.
Yeah, well, we'll see. We'll have a look and see how you're doing. You're skiing tomorrow, aren't you?
I'm skiing with the kids tomorrow, Jane.
The kids, the over 45s, not the under 45s. They haven't quite put you in the over 35s yet.
I'm going to dye my hair for the next tournament.
Excellent. So what about the others? You said, by the way, I love the tourist description. It's making me really want to go to Wolfgangsee, but perhaps not ski there.
Oh, I think you should ski there too. I mean, it's a beautiful... I mean, I've been there once in the winter only, so I've not been there to ski. I just drove past it once and stopped and just thought it was the most beautiful place and thought, this is a place you have to come in the summer, and it's on my bucket list.
So you're hoping, or you were wishing anyway, that Rupert was listening to that so he could invite you.
Rupert and I get on very well, so he can come to Oxford and I'll go to Wolfgangsee.
Great stuff. Any of the others? Do you know much about any of the others on the list?
So I've not met Zdenek Coleman before, but I recognise the surname, so there's got to be a strong family history of skiing there. Bo I know quite well because we've skied against each other in European competition. He's a top Swedish skier and a good shortline skier, can get into 12 metres. I've competed with Andreas Kampanis, who's also great fun, is an excellent skier. I think I've seen him score 4 at 12. I don't know if he's got into 11 before. Aleko also has a high score at 12. So these are all skiers that I've enjoyed skiing with and against over the years. Pascal I've not met before. Stéphane is the captain of the French team, and I know him very well. And Stelios I've met for the first time this week actually, but I haven't seen him around the deck. And Thierry I also met the first time this week, who's I've seen him in practice. He's a very good skier. He's a big strong guy. I think he skis with Aleko down in Fréjus in just in the south of France, exactly in Roquebrune, and also I think he's got a place in Bordeaux. He was telling me, so he sounds like he's got quite a nice life and a permanent suntan as well.
Another one for an invitation, maybe. Okay, yeah, you mentioned Zdenek Coleman. You hadn't met him before. He's actually one of the judges here as well. He was judging earlier on in the slalom. Obviously, he's not judging himself. And yes, he's Zdenek Senior. He has Zdenek Junior, is his son, and also his son is Martin Coleman, who is a former overall open world champion. Very, very good overall skier, professional skier. Although, again, as we said with the Winters earlier, maybe you should say that Martin is the son of Zdenek rather than Zdenek is the father of Martin. But yeah, very strong sporting water skiing family from the Czech Republic. Martin, of course, actually is based out of Utah now and works for Good Skis. Yep, in fact, I bought my ski from him recently. Very nice it is too. Good wide ride. I recommended a wide ride to you, didn't I, when you said you wanted a wider ski? But yeah, no, really, really good. So hopefully we'll be starting this fairly soon.
Great, thanks, Jane. I must take note on the wide ride recommendation, as I'm hoping to get slimmer rather than wider. But anyway, let's see what happens. But it's a strong field. So that Series 2, all of those skiers are capable of getting into 12, and they're probably all, on a good day, capable of getting into 11 as well. But I think most of them have got PBs in the sort of high 12 meters. Some maybe in the high 13s, is my guess. And then if we then start looking at the group that's in the Series 1, and we don't want to jump the gun too far, but we've got Tom Dokopil, Christa Jonsson, Yves Saint-Viteur, Fred Duminil, Stuart Scott Ely, Patrick Guillamier, Sotiris Kyprios, Régie Marillier and Frankie Schulze. So I know most of those skiers are all great skiers. They're all capable of getting into 11 and regularly do. And some of them indeed have also flirted with the 10-meter line. Certainly Frank Schultz, certainly Sotiris, so I'm guessing also Régie Marillier. And I know Patrick's not far off if I'm not sure whether he's actually got into 10, but he's certainly capable. All of these skiers are, and Stuart Scott Ely, who's my dear friend, he's also more than capable of getting into 10 meters. So it'll be interesting to see how they deal with the pressure, because the conditions are now perfect. The wind has completely subsided, and we have golden conditions. So it's now all about how you deal with the heat, the pressure, the physical heat, the mental heat, the pressure of this event. So very much looking forward to this next round. The standards now really starting to ratchet up. Sophia's saying that she's hot, but we all know she's hot. Bless her. I've missed you, Sophia. I have missed you. We'll be back again.
Yes.
We'll be back again. So, Jane, please, why don't you say something sensible before we degenerate?
Well, the only thing sensible I'm going to say is that despite going through all those names on the list, it may be wrong, but on the live results, it's looking like the next skier is Andreas Campanis, but we'll have to wait and see. They're nearly ready to go, so we'll find out. If so, that means the top three in this list, or the first three, are not going. But we'll have to confirm that.
Stop. Okay, so I'm pretty sure next year is going to be Rupert Engel. Before Rupert comes through, the free pass is going to be just running through the lake to create the same conditions for all skiers. So free pass up, free pass down, and then we'll be moving into the next skier, which I'm sure will be Rupert Engel. I must say I feel for the drivers who are driving in these conditions. It's very hot, up and down, keeping the boat completely straight, working to the rigors of the shore path as well, which is not easy, but is absolutely the required way to drive. I think it's a phenomenal arrangement, so I'm really looking forward to seeing how this all progresses. But I have to say we should extend our thanks to all of the drivers for performing so well and so consistently under such heat and really to be able to deliver world-class driving for these top skiers is something we should be grateful for.
Yeah, and just to give them a name check as well, there are two drivers here, Bjorn Karlsson from Sweden and Phil Engel from Great Britain, doing a sterling job here. And that noise in the background was Sophia using all her strength to crush an empty plastic water bottle, so apologies for that. Anyway, yes, so the drivers, very hot here. They haven't got a bimini top on, so it is extremely warm now, but they're wearing hats, protecting themselves from the sun. And I believe this is Bjorn. Yes, this is Bjorn Karlsson in the driving seat for this next series.
Μετά από δύο ελεύθερα περάσματα που έπρεπε να κάνει το σκάφος, θα ξεκινήσει η κατηγορία άνδρες άνω των 55, σειρά 2 προκριματικός γύρος σλάλομ και πρώτος αθλητής ο Ρούπερτ Έγγελ από την Αυστρία. Σε λίγο θα μάθουμε και με τι ξεκινάει.
First up is Rupert Engel on 16 metres. Dush.
Thanks, Jane. Okay, so Rupert got into 13 every round in the Pambotis Open at the weekend, so I'm expecting him to do well here. Slightly on the back of the ski, slightly through the middle of the wakes actually on the first ball, but he's a tidy looking skier, he looks in control, he's certainly strong behind the boat, so if there are any problems he'll make it up. And you can see that he's a little bit late and skied all the way into 5, but he's made it round 6 and it's a good opener. So he'll be pleased with that. It's always difficult to make the first run. I keep emphasizing that. First run is the tummy settler. It's difficult for the skier. Hopefully this time he can actually ski a little bit wider. He went far too close to the middle of the gate buoy. So that suggests to me he's got a lot more in the tank. If he actually gets his gates right and gets closer to the right-hand gate buoy on the entry, stays connected into the one ball, I think we're going to see a good pass. So shortening down for a few seconds now into the 14-meter rope length. Let's see how Rupert gets on.
Can you stay for the other tournament also?
16 metres. Rupert Engel. Oh no!
Unlucky Rupert. unlucky, he's not happy. He was starting to run a little bit late from 2 to 3, was then fighting all the way. I would argue he sort of looked almost as if he safety checked number 3 ball and then sort of working hard to get to 4, but he was already late and had to push the ski out and just didn't have the width, so he'll be disappointed with that. And actually that he'll be so disappointed because it's his worst score of the weekend and he's been skiing so well. And I think he's actually having a word with himself at the moment.
Yeah, Dush, just explain safety check, okay? Because it's used a lot in tournaments and water skiing, but what does it actually mean?
A safety check is where the skier doesn't completely open up and expose themselves and open their position up in a proper skiing position on the gate, on the ball, outside of the buoy. Normally it happens on the 5 ball, but actually sometimes if you're just feeling a bit defensive and you're not opening up your body position up completely to bring the ski round, people call that a safety check.
And is that usually because if you don't do that, you might actually fall? You're doing that because you're putting yourself in a better position to get to the next buoy or to score an extra half or anything like that. I never really quite understand why you do it.
Usually, you probably because you're either not confident about that particular pass. There'll be a reason why. Sometimes it's because you're just trying to defend your position on a line length that you want to run, and normally it happens outside the 5 ball. But sometimes if the skiers are a bit hesitant at this sort of level rather than at the top pro level, it might happen earlier on in the course. And it sort of felt that was what happened there. He was just a little bit tentative, and it's when you don't fully go confidently and open up. So sometimes it's just a little bit of lack of confidence on a certain pass, and in other cases it might be more about just making sure you get around the 5 ball to run the 6 really on in the pro space.
I think I've got that. Thank you very much. Yeah, no, it's just I always, people explain this to me every time and I still can never work out whether whether I would do a safety check and when and that sort of thing. But yes, it was a very good description, Dush. While you were doing that, we were seeing the opening pass from Zdeněk Coleman of the Czech Republic. He started at 52 at 18 meters and successfully completed that pass, which we're just seeing on the replay now. And he'll be coming back at 16.
Okay, so Zdeněk coming through on 16 meters. Let's see how he gets on. Sorry, I was walking you through safety checks rather than Zdeněk's first pass. So he's a one-hand turn. Sits on the back of the ski a little bit. There's a little bit of the handle coming up to the chest, which is making him narrow from 1 to 2. He's made it up round 3, back of the ski into 4. But I think he's going to do it. He's actually a tall guy, he's got good leverage, and he's just not panicked. So I don't think he was in the best of shape between 1 and 2, but he just didn't panic, and that is the lesson for all of us.
Ο αθλητής που είδαμε είναι ο Zdeněk Coleman από την Τσεχία. At 16? What? At 16? 16. Now?
No, he's just now
14. 14. Άρα, έρχεται με 14. Εδώ οι φίλοι μου έχουν πάρει, δηλαδή εντάξει δεν υπάρχουν. Είναι φοβεροί. You're amazing. Both of you.
You're amazing, Sophia.
Mutual Appreciation Society, Sofia Kostulu on my left and Dush Lukic on my right. And I think I've probably got both of your names right there.
You got mine right.
Sofia Kostulu?
Kostula.
Kostula. Nearly, okay. By the end of this championship, I may have got it right. Okay, so here comes Zdeněk on his third pass. This is 14 meters.
Okay, he's pulled out too early. He's on the back of the ski, so he's going to have to work a bit harder. but he's got an okay one. A lot of speed into 2. He's a bit late. The line went slack all the way to 3, fighting all the way to 4. It's going to be a big one out of 4. He's on the back of the ski, couldn't make it. So that's a shame. It all stemmed from the opening gates 1, I'm afraid. And he was pulling all the way to 2, had too much speed coming into and coming out of 2, more importantly, and was, as a consequence, not able to complete the pass. Just waiting for confirmation. 4 at 14, just confirmed. 4 at 14 for Zdenek. Good score.
Yeah, that's the. I think that's the second best score so far of all the over 55 men, but the long way to go yet. Top score so far from Series 1 was Frédéric Vigneron with 2 at 13. We're just waiting for the next skier, Bo Sjöström of Sweden. He's just getting into the water now. We'll confirm his start speed and line length. So it sounds like Bo Sjöström is starting on the 14-metre line. That's pretty short.
You know, it's quite punchy, but he always starts at 14. He's a very good skier, and he's a very tall skier. So you'll see here, okay, he should have no problems actually making this pass. He doesn't look like he's trying. So it looks very different from the other skiers because of his height. He just needs to lean a little bit and use his leverage, point the ski in the right direction, and the rest of it happens. As one of our skiers, Kelly Atkins, was saying to me the other day, you only need to be at 45 degrees to get across and run the pass. You don't have to be at 90. So, and I think he falls into that category of skier. That's how he skis. So 6 boys scored at 14, looked pretty effortless to me. It'll be interesting to see how he gets on with a 13-metre pass. I know that he's capable of getting a few at 12, so let's see.
And Dush, is it possible that you can be too aggressive on your early passes? I mean, or do you try to ski every pass the same?
Did somebody plant that question, Jane?
Genuinely, I actually think it, I want to know.
I have been accused myself on occasion, so yes, it is. I think if you can just point the ski, get your body in the right position, get the hips round, make sure you stay connected, make sure the edge changes in the right place, that you don't edge change too soon. All you need to do is point the ski in the right direction, hold the position, and at these rope lengths, it's perfectly achievable. The brain plays tricks with you, however, and makes you fight a little bit, and that's what a lot of the skiers do. And if they lose position a little bit or change their position, unweight in the wrong place, then all of that starts to come into play. So let's see. On that note, let's see how he gets on. It's quite a late pull out, but I think that's a good thing. On 13, he's coming into number 1. How's he looking? Pretty languid, but okay. Little bit, there you go. He just pulled a little bit short into 2, and that's what can happen. So it's really important when you actually come around that first buoy as he did, to actually let the ski come round and then take the pull. And I slightly felt that he just took the pull a little bit too soon, which meant that he unweighted a bit too soon into the two ball, and that's what happened. So if we look at the replay now, let's see if that's exactly right or not. So he's not in bad shape there, a little bit too much weight on the back foot, but not too bad. But it's sort of okay. He's got reasonable connection through there. Not bad out of one, drops slightly, but just takes the pull. He just doesn't bring the connection back in and takes the pull off a disconnected ski. And as a consequence, he's fighting all the way to two. He needed to then not panic and bring the ski around and try again and ski down course. He didn't do that. So it's maintaining that connection that's so important.
Thank you for that analysis, Dush. So he won't be very happy with that, I guess.
I think he'll be very disappointed. He's a great skier and he could have got a lot further.
And now, και τώρα, φίλοι και φίλοι, Ανδρέας Καμπάνης από Ελλάδα με 14. Όπως καταλαβαίνετε, είμαι αρκετά ενθουσιασμένη. Πάμε, Ανδρέα. Έλα, Ανδρέα. Επιτυχημένο το πρώτο πέρασμα του Ανδρέα, 6 μπάλες. Θα συνεχίσει ο Ανδρέας με 13 μέτρα σκηνή. Ανδρέας Καμπάνης από Ελλάδα, πανευρωπαϊκό πρωτάθλημα άνω των 35 ετών. Καμπάνης Ανδρέας με 13.
Okay, so Andreas came in at 55 and made hard work of that, actually. Andreas is a lovely skier, and I've seen him run into deep down 12, forward boys at 12. I've seen him run, and he's more than capable of that. But he made that 14-meter pass look harder than normal. He wasn't as relaxed, so he's coming back on 13. I'm hoping he's going to be a little bit more relaxed. And let's see now. He's pulling out for the gates now, quite late, which is the right way to do it. Okay, he's good and wide. Okay, drop the shoulders a little bit into one, slightly late into two, snatch out of two, drop the handle onto the line at 3, fighting all the way to 4. It's going to be a big one out of 5, drops the handle at 5 and still runs the pass. How did he do that? Fantastic skiing. He fought all the way through that. That was phenomenal. 6 at 13.
Shut up. You're the commentator. You're not allowed to cheer.
Andreas Kampanis, the first skier to get into the 12-meter line in this over 55 slalom preliminary. Let's see what he can do at 12 meters.
Okay, here he comes. Good and wide on the gate. Drops the shoulder and he breaks at 1, skis to 2. Oh, he's all over the place. Oh, poor Andreas, that was close, but there is the new leader, Andreas Kampanis, 1.5 at 12 meters.
Μια μισή μπάλα στα 12 μέτρα σκηνή για τον Ανδρέα Καμπάνη και αυτή τη στιγμή έρχεται στην πρώτη θέση.
So next up on the water we have Aleko Kursioğlu of Monaco. We don't get many Monegasque skiers, but he's a very good one. And here he comes on the 14-metre line. I'll pass you over to Dush to talk us through this.
Okay, thanks Jane. Aleko nice and wide there on that first gate. A little bit late out of 2, but he's skiing hard to 3. Bit of a fight to 4. He's late on this pass. It's going to be a big one coming out of the 5 ball, and he's managed to make it. But that was a little bit of a struggle. Anyway, he's managed it. He's made the 6 buoys, and we'll see how he gets on. Drops down to 13 metres. Got quite a good gate setup, but I can't help feeling that he comes off the edge a little bit soon into the 1 ball, and then it gives you less width, less ability to bring the ski round to get wide on the 2 ball, and then that compounds itself down the course. And we can see he really had to fight to get round the 5 ball. We're watching the replay now. Sort of okay, but not in great position there, slightly over the front of the ski, having to then really work hard to get that ski round to come around the buoy there, and you can see skiing down course, slightly flat ski. It becomes a struggle. But he managed it. He's going to have to show better form on the 13 to run it. He's more than capable. He's a deep 12 skier when he's on his game, and he's a great skier. So let's see whether he can get his form back and play the 13 nice and smooth. Here he comes, 13 metres, Aleko. Just approaching the green entry buoys. Okay, the actual gates now. A little bit slow coming out of the 1 ball. He's tight on 2. He's fighting all the way through. He's going to have too much speed on 3. Got on the back of the ski. And it's either 2.5 or 3. I'm not sure when he let go of the handle. I'd probably give him a 3 if it was me.
Dush, you have to be in connection with the handle in a skiing position, or just in connection with the handle by the middle of the wakes, by the boat lane guides, in order to score the full buoy, is that right?
You need to be in a skiing position, that's the definition. I think there are some different interpretations about what a skiing position is, but there's no question that Aleko was in a normal skiing position when he got to the 3 ball. Or sorry, when he got to the wake after the 3 ball.
Yeah, and then he was never going to make 4. In fact, I did wonder whether he might end up skiing up the bank because he came in it at such speed. But let's have a look at this. Ah, there you see.
Well, you can just see from the replay we've just had there, he got on the back of the ski and loaded very early and got huge acceleration, which he couldn't then hold on to, and then got pulled forward and so had to let go. Otherwise, he could have had a big fall. So he did the right thing.
Just ask what they gave you. So yeah, that was confirmed. Aleko was just shouting out from the water, wanting to know what the judges gave him, and in fact they did give him the full 3. So you thought that was correct. Next up, Pascal Delage of France on his opening pass.
Ο αθλητής που μόλις βλέπουμε είναι ο Pascal Delage από Γαλλία με 16 μέτρα σκηνή και ο προηγούμενος αθλητής ήταν ο Αλέκο Κιωσέογλου από το Μονακό. Με 3 μπάλες στα 13. Ο Κιωσέογλου Αλέκο, 3 μπάλες με 13 μέτρα σκηνή. Επόμενο πέρασμα για τον Pascal Delage με 14 μέτρα σκηνή.
Didn't look the most comfortable pass, that one. I don't know if you were watching that, Dush. We're watching a little bit of the replay there, but the beginning of it certainly didn't look too good.
I think what it is, he's just slightly on the front of the ski. He's not got the ski on its edge fully. So when he hits the wake, it's making him break forward. So he just needs to get the hips up a bit more and the shoulders away and get the ski on an edge a little bit more. So let's see how he gets on with the 14-meter pass, just getting going now. And we'll see. I mean, he's clearly capable of running a good short line, but maybe he was just a little bit tentative on this pass. Let's see how the 14 goes. Oh, on the back of the ski's come up to the chest. It's made him late. He's fighting all the way. It's come up to the back of the chest, the top of the chest again. He's still late, but I think he's going to run it because it's clearly within his capability. But he's got this tendency just to pull the ball, the handle, I should say, up to his chest. And that doesn't give you optimal acceleration or control.
So, yeah, that was 16 at 55, but it looks like he actually went out at 52 and then opted straight up to 55 at 16. Some people choose to do that. Why would you do that usually?
I suspect it's just to get some confidence and just to, get a little bit of practice and a warm-up, and it's the proverbial tummy settler, I think. It's just to calm the nerves. I hadn't appreciated that was still on the 16-meter pass, but okay, that sort of makes sense. It'll be interesting to see then how he deals with the 14-meter pass when he comes in. But I think he's got to, when he comes around the buoy, he's got to pull the handle in a little bit lower because it keeps coming up to, between his belly button and his chest. And that's, you're losing him time and control.
Okay, so he'll be coming back at 14, but just to be clear on the rules as well, by opting up, if you don't make that pass, you're in trouble. But we'll talk about that after this pass.
Okay, so Pascal coming in on 14 meters. Okay, not looking too bad. I think actually he's skiing better at 14 than he was on 16, if I'm honest. He's got more control when he's finishing the turn. He was a little bit late on 5, but it wasn't a panic. When he's finishing the turn, the handle's coming in a little bit lower. So as a consequence, he's got more control, the ability to actually get away more efficiently and accelerate more efficiently and maintain that connection with the boat. So I think he actually looked better at 14 than he did at 16. And that's actually not so unusual at this level. A lot of skiers find 16 a little bit too long. When they decide to actually go in at 16, it's because 14 is probably just a little bit too much for them, but 16 is probably a bit too long, so it's getting that balance.
Yeah, on the screen, I think we said that was 13 metres, but as I say, it looks like that mistake was made just because he went out at 52. So if he hadn't, by any chance, run that 55 pass at 16, then you lose the 6 buoys, don't you? You only score as if it was 55, do you?
I think as if it was 52. I think that's how it works. So, but I think you get it passed down. I think that's right. So I think it would actually be. I think you're right. It would be probably a score at 55-18. But I'm not an expert on that rule change, if I'm honest.
Okay, well, it's important to look at this now because this is 13 metres and his best this year is 3.
Okay, let's see how he gets on then. Okay, he's pulled out nice and late. He's got some width. He's been drifting in and he's actually lost his body position on the gate, and as a consequence he's flat and on the back of his ski into 1. So it just proves the point. You have to be wide, you have to be in the right position, and he'll be disappointed with that. But the gate setup, he drifted in unfortunately a little bit too much, lost his body position, and then wasn't able to have the right skiing position into number 1.
You talk about these setups and drifting in, that sort of thing. I mean, the gate is absolutely crucial for any slalom skier, but I guess when you get down to these line lengths, you make a mistake there and it's game over.
I think that's right. Certainly, there are lots of different coaches with different views on where you should be and how you approach the gates. Our own coach at Oxford, Steve Glanfield, tells you to be as wide and as late as possible. You have to have maximum width that gives you the ability to then control the line coming into number 1, to give you the width, to give you the ability to actually bring the ski around in a controlled fashion, to still be travelling at the same speed as the boat when you've completed the turn, to make sure that the boat picks you up when you're travelling at the same speed as the boat, so you stay with the boat and don't get behind it. And that's certainly how we're taught at Oxford, and it seems to work for people like Freddie Winter. So I guess we must listen to that. Certainly it works for a lot of us who when we actually get it right, who follow that pattern. So the next skier now, Stéphane Georgeon. So Stéphane is the French team captain, has been for some time, knows Stéphane well. He'll be going in, I think, at 52 on an 18-metre line. He's a very tall skier, a little bit on the back of the ski, but this is well within his capabilities. I know he's capable of getting into 12 metres. He's had a disappointing one there. I think he got on the back of the ski a little bit too far in number 3. That made him late to 4, and I thought he'd actually be able to run that regardless. So Stéphane will be very disappointed with this. I'm just watching the replay. Yeah, he's not. He's broken a little bit through the wakes. He's on the back of the ski through the wakes there. He's not got a great turn out of number 2, and he's on a flat ski. Skied all the way into number 3 as a consequence. And then as he's coming into 4, again on the back of the ski, breaks as well, buckles forward, can't get the ski round and edge away. And very disappointed for Stéphane. He's skied into 12 metres in the past. He'll be absolutely gutted.
And of course, when that happens, you only score 4 at start speed. So his score will actually go down at 4 at 46 kph, even though, of course, he went out on the 52 kilometres per hour speed. So very disappointing, unfortunately, for the French team captain, Stéphane Georgeon. Next up, we believe, will be Stelios Konstantinou of Cyprus.
Ο αθλητής που μόλις είδαμε ήταν ο Γάλλος Georgeon Stéphane, ο οποίος τελείωσε την προσπάθειά του με 4 μπάλες στην αρχική, δηλαδή 4 στα 46. Επόμενος αθλητής, ο Κωνσταντίνου Στέλιος από την Κύπρο.
So Stelios is not actually starting, so the next skier on the water is Thierry Sportisch of France, starting on the 14-metre line.
Okay, so I know that Thierry skis at Roquebrune and Fréjus with Aleco. On the 14-metre line, dropped his shoulders into 1. Late on 2, he's lost connection out of 2, 2 to 3. He's fighting already on his opening pass at 4 there. Dropped it in round 4. Still there. It's a big battle. He's going to run it, but that was close. 6 boys. He's going to have more control on the next pass to run this, I'm afraid. If we just watch again, just looking at the replay, you can see there he's dropped his shoulder. He's a little bit sort of down there because he didn't actually maintain his connection. It's made him late for 2. He's dropped his shoulder into 2. He's got no connection there and he's got the wrong body position into 3. He's dropped the shoulder again. Actually, he's got on the back of the ski, but he's a little bit forward as well. The back of the ski then comes forward. Then somehow manages to just hang on, frankly. So won't be his best skiing, but he's made his opener at 14, which in itself is a great achievement. A number of the other skiers have had a similar kind of experience where they've had to battle through their opening at 14, and we're now nicely poised as we get into the next phase of the event.
To confirm, despite what you're seeing on screen there, this isn't actually Stelios Constantinou. It is Thierry Sportisch of France, coming back on 13. Oh, it doesn't look like he's going to...
He's late. He's on the back of the ski. He's managed to break round 4, but is he going to get round 5? No, he couldn't do it. He was fighting all the way on that one, Jane, and he was on the back of his ski out of 1. I think we'll get a replay in a second, but he's on the back of the ski out of 1. He was narrow and fighting out of 2. We're just watching the replay as we speak now. So if you look at this now, his body position is already rather forward through the gates. Cut loose too soon. Got really on the back of the ski and then on the front of the ski. So his line control's gone a little bit. His forwards and backwards. He's late into 2. Flat ski into 3. There it is. It's a big pull up to the chest. It's going to be very difficult to get past 4. He'll get to 4, but to get any further is very difficult. It's having to break again to try and do that. And I think he maybe got 4. I think he got round 5. I'd say 4 1/4. Certainly didn't come round the full turn. I'd say 4 1/4. But let's wait and see what they say.
I'm quite surprised he got that far down. I mean, he really hung on to get a few extra boys. I mean, he looked like he was going flying into 4.
I think it's muscle memory. He's obviously a very experienced and very good skier, and he's just had a difficult set and got out of position, and then it's just battleground really. So they've given him 4 1/2. Which I think is quite generous actually under the circumstances, but he's got his ski round, so 4 1/2 boys, and good for Thierry. He's in good shape, I think, at the moment. I think he's in 3rd or 4th position. Jane, if you could confirm.
I'm just working it out. Let's have a look. Second.
So he's in 2nd place, so you can't complain with that. 2nd place behind Andreas Campanis. Andreas with, I think, 1 1/2 at 12. And Thierry with 4 1/2 at 13. And then in 3rd place with 3 at 13 is Aleco.
Who's first?
First at the moment is Andreas Campanis. So maybe Sophia might want to give a little bit of a cheer for the Greeks.
Yeah!
Over 4 1/2.
I gather that there's a potential re-ride for Thierry. I think he can accept 4 at 13, but he can't improve on 4.5, and my understanding is he's accepting 4 at 13. It still leaves him in second position behind Andreas Campanis, who's got 1.5 on 12. So at the moment, the top 3 skiers are Andreas Campanis, 1.5 at 12. Thierry Sportisch, 4 at 13, and Aleko Keu Seolju.
Kyoseoglu Aleko.
With 3 at 13. Okay, so I don't know why, but Tom Dock isn't here. Is not skiing. So he's either pulled out. I know he's been injured. The next skier is Christer Jonsson, going out at 14. And I've watched him in training. He's a good skier, very tall skier. Another one of our sort of Swedish contingent who are all great skiers. They're all tall guys, which I'm very jealous of, and very good skiers. So Christer Jonsson making light work of the 14 meters. He's got a slightly unusual style, which is that on his 135 side, he tends to drop the handle in into the water and then brings the ski around and turns. So it's a sort of a variation of a Schillander slam dunk, but not as heavy as that. It's just a little tap on the water on the 135 side with his left hand, and then he goes. Very interesting. Let's see how he gets on, though, with the 13-meter pass. Made light work of 14, and I'm confident he's going to run this pass, actually. Let's see.
Έχουμε τελειώσει την κατηγορία των ανδρών άνω των 55 σειρά 2 στο σλάλομ και ξεκίνησε η σειρά ανδρών άνω των 55 ετών, σειρά 1, προκριματικός γύρος σλάλομ. Ο αθλητής που είδαμε είναι ο Τζόνσον Κρίστερ από τη Σουηδία με 14 μέτρα σκηνή.
Okay, right, he's dropped the handle again on the 1 ball, but he's early on the 2 ball. He's made it to 3 ball, handle goes in again. He's on the 4 ball. The handle's going to go in on the 5 ball again. There it is, and he's made the 6. It's quite remarkable. I haven't seen anybody ski like that before, but he was early all the way through. Remarkable style. Christer Jonsson, the second person to go into 12 meters. And I'm pretty sure, we're just checking now with a couple of skiers that have dropped out, I'm pretty sure now that he's gone straight into the final of the competition. And we were talking about this before, that we felt that anybody who got either a high score at 13, but certainly a score at 12, was likely to make the final with the top 12 skiers. In this category, there are meant to be, I think, 26 skiers. 25 skiers, and I think 2 or 3 have dropped out. That doesn't change the fact that 12 skiers will go into the final. So there will be 12 skiers in the final. I remember the final 3 years ago, I think there may have only been 8 or 10. I might be wrong, but from memory I seem to recall. And Christer is now one of those. I haven't seen him practice on the 12-meter line. I've seen him run the 14 and the 13 in practice in the way he has. I'll be interested to see how his technique deals with the 12-meter pass, particularly that dropping the handle on the 135 side. We're going to find out in about 3 seconds. Okay, so quite nice and wide. He's a very tall man. Okay, number 1, dropped it a bit flat. Still there to 2. He's not having to use much of his body, but you can see he's in trouble there because he didn't actually get the width out of the 1 to give himself the time onto the 2, and he got on the back of the ski, and it was 2 boys. 2 at 12. So the new leader, Christer Jonsson, 2 at 12. Andreas Campanis, 1.5 at 12. Thierry Sportisch, 4 at 13. I think they'll all be going into the final, but I'll confirm in a second.
Yeah, it looks like with 7 more skiers to go, then the skiers who have already made it to the final, as far as I can make out, are Andreas Kampanis, Thierry Sportish, Aleku Koscioglu, and Frederic Vigneron from Series 1. So that would be obviously where the bubble is at the moment, the 12th place. But obviously we'll have to see what happens with the rest of the skiers. But there are only 7 more to go, with 12 to go through to the final.
Well, congratulations to Frederick. I think he'll be completely chuffed to bits with that one, and well deserved. He did ski very well, got 1 at 13, which I know he'll be delighted with, and thoroughly well deserved for a real gentleman. Sorry, 2 at 13, apologies, and for a real gentleman. So I'm thrilled for Frederick, and obviously congratulations to those other 4 skiers that already know they're in the final. Christa Janssen just now coming back, and the next skier is Yves Saint-Viteur from Belgium. Yves is a well-known character on the circuit, great all-round skier, great trick skier, and his best at slalom I think is a couple at 11, so also superb slalom skier. Yves now got it to do, however. I think 2 at 12 for him is probably a routine score, but I think that's sort of where a lot of these skiers will be looking as an absolute minimum. And all of these skiers have skied into 11 metres and would expect to be pushing deep down 12 and into 11, and some maybe even beyond.
You're not competing.
Okay, so the next skier is Yves Saint-Viteur, also known as Coyote, coming in on 16 metres.
Ο αθλητής που μόλις βλέπουμε είναι ο Yves Saint-Viteur από το Βέλγιο, γνωστός Gautier, Coyote.
So how'd that look to you then, Dush?
No, it's like a steady pass, 16 metres. I think he'd be glad to get that one out of the way, and line himself up now for the 14-metre pass. But he looked absolutely fine out there. Really no dramas.
I don't know if you know this, but one of your teammates told me early that Yves is famous for tricking wearing a leopard print G-string at an Open World Championships at Thorpe Park in England many years ago. Did you know that?
I didn't know that, but I'm not entirely surprised to hear it.
Apparently he repeated it later at one of the seniors championships in celebration, but I hope that wasn't a joke, and I have repeated something that is not true, but that's what I was told. But you say you're not surprised.
I think he'll be fine with that one, Jen, and I don't think he will be too upset to hear that, and I'm sure it's true. So he's coming back on the 14 yellow line. Let's see how he gets on now. Okay, lining up here, out reasonably wide. Maybe went a little bit too early, if anything, but he's okay. The proof's in the pudding. The 1 ball's good. The 2 ball, he's dropped his shoulder. Oh, he nearly went there. Okay, too much speed now into 3, but he's recovered his poise. Dropped the shoulder again on the 4 ball, which is his bad side. You can see that 2-4 is his weaker side because he's a lefty. But you know, he makes it up on the 3-5, and 6 boys scored. So he's got a perfect time. We're away. We're into the 13-metre pass. So I'm pretty sure that Yves going to ski into the final. He only needs a couple of boys at 13 to guarantee a place in the final, and I'm very confident he'll do that. So I don't know if you noticed on the replay, Jane, but Yves there on the 6 ball let go with his right hand and dipped his right hand in the water as he came around the 6 ball. He did a Joel Poland.
I was just about to say we know somebody who does that. Okay, so here comes Yves Saint-Viteur. Let's see if he can get beyond 2 at 13.
He was narrow on the gate, but he's going to get round 2. Okay, and he's fighting a little bit to 3. It's going to be a big one out of 3 to 4. And he's just about there, but he breaks round 4 and he's late and pulling all the way to 5. He's on the back of the ski out of 5 and inside the buoy, I think. I don't know if he's going to get that. We're going to have to do the replay. They're saying it's a 6. I mean, he lassoed it around the 6 ball. I thought he was inside, but I couldn't tell.
Me too, but let's have a look on the replay. Maybe we can see a bit closer from here, but that's very impressive if he did get out there.
Yeah, what I said was he's missed his turn. I don't believe we are in a position where we can let him ski. He was here this morning for tricks. I'm sorry, but he's missed his turn, and I don't think we can let him go on.
Oh! I saw it on the notes on the 6.
Oh, he did it again.
It's 5.
No, I think it's 6 boys. He's a character, this man. Yeah. So he lets go again with the outside arm. And actually that helped him to get around the buoy. Yeah. I mean, that shows enormous ability, innate water skiing ability, I have to say. So he's coming back on the 12-metre line. Okay, 12 metres, Yves Saint-Viteur. He's the cat with 9 lives, I think. Let's have a look. I wonder what the trick's going to be on the 12. Okay, a little bit late out of the 1 is round 2. He's broken round 2. He's still there at 3. And he's taken the snatch with 3 at 12. And that is the lead. This gentleman is a real character. You can see that just from the way he water skis. That is showmanship.
That's really interesting, isn't it? It just shows how you can be wrong, because both of us thought from our position here, which interestingly is not perfect, that he may have gone inside 6 on that previous pass, but the replay showed he went round it. The judges scored correctly, and it gave him the chance to go in onto the 12-metre line and take the lead. So really impressive.
No, that's right, Jane. Great skiing, and well, I think he'll be pleased with that, frankly. 3 boys scored, the new leader. Okay. So, next skier is Frédéric Dominil. I know Frédéric pretty well. We've skied together and competed together. He's a superb skier. His personal best in slalom is 1.5 at 10.75, but that was in 2012. But I think I know he still gets into 11 consistently. And let's see, he's starting on the 14-metre line. Let's see how he gets on. Okay, beautiful technique here. In good shape. Oh, I said that and he broke from 2 to 3, but he's recouped it and he's got himself back into position. I think that was a bit of a wake-up call from the 2 to 3. He was looking fine, but just a little momentary lapse of concentration. That's all it takes. But anyway, made it up, calmed down, got back into position, got around the 3 ball and then just continued. But I think that's a bit of a wake-up call for Frédéric. He's now going to be coming back on the 13-metre line. Just watching the replays, 1 to 2, he's sort of okay there. Just breaks a little bit as he comes off the second wake. And then that gets him into a little bit of a Tiswas, but you can see he gets his poise back there on the 4 ball. By the time he gets to 5, it's not perfect for him, but he's in control. I'm fully expecting that Frederick's going to produce a much better 13-metre pass. I'm looking for textbook, frankly. I think he's going to produce a textbook pass. Let's see. I shouldn't predict in the European Championships, but why not? Okay, it's a later pull out than everybody else, which is, I think, a bit of a lesson. He's got more width. There's quite a bit of movement on into the one ball. He's a little bit late into two, but he's not out of control. Famous last words. I mean, I think Frederick's going to be, well, you can see he's absolutely shocked by that. He's not happy. He wasn't quite himself on that. I'm just going to look at the replay now as the replay comes on the screen. You're going to see he's looking okay there. Maybe a little bit of weight on the outside foot, but I don't think so on the back foot. But I think he's fine. Just there, just brings it round a bit hard. Breaks a little bit into the 2-4, so he's slightly out of shape. So what he's got to do is not panic. And what he does is just brings it around, drops the shoulder and brings it around too hard. And so when you're out of position like that, we're all told by our coaches that the right thing to do is just to be patient, let the ski come round. It's his good side turn. The ski will come round. He can then do the work behind the boat. And the thing we all have to remember is to do the work behind the boat. And that's where it went wrong for poor Frederick. So I think he's just made it into the final, but I don't know. I think if that's 2.5 boys, yes, I think he makes it into the final, but only just. So he gets the chance to fight again.
Comes Stuart Scott Ely of Great Britain on the 14-metre line. Very good friend of yours, Dush, so I'll hand over to you.
Oh, it's our dear Stuart. Come on, Stu. Okay, turned a little bit early for the boy, but he's going to be fine. Okay, he's looking in good shape. He looks strong. Just looks in good, strong shape there. Absolutely no dramas. I think that was one of the stronger 14s that we've seen so far. And I'm not paying compliments to my friend for the love of it. I don't do that. I think that looked like a great pass. Looked very poised. Stuart's best, I think, is 5 at 11. He ran into 11 a couple of times in the Pambotis Open at the weekend. So, you know, he's definitely getting the feel for this lake. And I think it's great that he's just had a tummy settling pass with a 14. Just looking at the replay, you can see he's a very strong skier. He's an aggressive skier. He's more of a warrior than a technician type. And he will basically fight in all conditions and be very consistent in all conditions. A little bit forward there from 4 to the 5 ball, but it was never going to be a problem for him. Just a strong skier.
His good side turns look really good. I mean, is he known for that?
Yes, I mean, he is very strong on his 135 side. I think when he gets into 11, sometimes he's in a little bit of a hurry to finish the one ball and run the pass on the first ball. We've talked about that many times, practice and, you know, in the bar. So he's aware of it. He needs to stay calm. So here's coming back on the 13-metre pass. Let's see how he gets on. You can see he's quite wide there. He's looking all right. Strong out of the one ball, breaks a little bit into the 2 ball, but still strong. Still early, you can see he's early out of 3 to 4. A little bit of a check round 4, but never a big issue. And he's made the pass. So 6 boys for Stu, and he'll be happy with that. But really for him, it's all about the 12-metre pass. I know that. So he's made the final. He's comfortable. He just wants to lay down, you know, his credentials with a 12-metre pass and let the others know what he's about.
If anything, there's just a very slight headwind now. The wind has changed from earlier on. I mean, it's hardly a wind at all, it seems. But do you think he'll be pleased with that for his next pass?
Absolutely, Jane. I think if they could give us another 3 miles an hour of wind, he'd be delighted. He always wants a headwind with his 12-metre pass. He's a warrior, a real fighter. So you're going to see an aggressive 12-metre pass, and I have to say I'm looking forward to it.
Okay, let's see what he can do. I'm sure Steve Glanfield, if he's watching, he's coach at Oxford, where Stuart is actually the owner of that facility, the lakes, the land there. But Steve, his coach, hopefully watching now, seeing what Stuart can do on 12.
I hope he's concentrating on his driving. Anyway, Stu, good one. Okay, well, let's see how he gets out of 2. 2's his weakness there. He's pulled it up to his chest. He's late to 3. He's fighting now. He's round 4. Okay, he's going to have to fight all the way. I still think he's going to run this, by the way, because he's done this before. And he's just missed it. I mean, that is a fairly typical battling 12 metres from Stuart. He'll be disappointed to have missed it. But 5 at 12, certainly you would never give up on Stuart if he's slightly out of shape on, number 2 or 3. He's still going to, make the pass. So great effort by Stu. He'll be disappointed, but he shouldn't be. It was a great piece of skiing. 5 at 12. There have been some upsets already today, so it's going to be interesting now how the next 4 skiers get on. So we've got Patrick Guillamier, Sotiris Kyprios, Régis Marillier and Frank Schulze, all of whom are top skiers, and I think most of whom have taken a European title in this age group at some stage. So it's a fantastic field. It's a very strong field. Stuart there just on his various sponsors, mentions Dickens Cider, so good for him. He's a cider drinker, amongst other things. So he'll be disappointed, but he's the leader, he should be happy. And he's giving us a little bit of a wave. He's giving us a little bit of a wave. And bless him. Looks good in pink.
So we've got just 4 more skiers left in the over 55 men. Patrick Guillamier, Sotiris Kyprios, Régis Marillier and Frank Schulze. So the situation still is that all the way down to Frédéric Vigneron with 2 at 13 are guaranteed a place in the 12-man final. But obviously we don't know whether anybody else will make it in. Any of those beneath that score. All depends on the last 4 skiers. So this is Patrick Guillamier next, coming in on the 14-metre line.
Και συνεχίζουμε με την κατηγορία άνδρες άνω των 55, σειρά 1. Ο επόμενος αθλητής είναι ο Πάτρικ Γκομιέρ από τη Γαλλία. Ξεκίνησε με 14.
Really interesting watching Patrick Guillamier. I've never watched him from the side of a lake before. Absolutely effortless, absolutely just lean and go, very little force, very little brutality, just eases his way through the 14-metre pass. Really interesting to watch. Patrick certainly won the European title on a number of occasions. He's a superb skier, and I'm very intrigued to see how the 13-metre pass unfolds here. I think I'm trying to just get a sense of Patrick's personal best. No bio from Patrick, but certainly capable of running the 11-metre pass. I know that. I don't know what his personal best is. Okay, 13 metres there. Let's watch his technique. Okay, the pull-out's not that late. It's pretty relaxed. Just easing through that pass. It seems effortless. Yeah. Okay, a little bit of a wobble out of 2, but he's very early out of 3. Lovely turn out of 3. There's just doesn't look as if he's trying. Really excellent skiing. 6 at 13. So another skier going into the finals there. Very intrigued to see how he manages the 12-meter pass. I think it feels to me as if he's got it well within him to go a lot further. We've just got a gentle headwind. Not all of the flags are up, which is quite interesting. So some of the flags are up at one end of the lake and they are at the other, but it's actually, there's very little going on in the middle. I'm trying to understand how that works. So we can feel a gentle breeze, but it's not evident across the whole lake. There seem to be some blank bits I don't understand. Anyway, we've got a gentle headwind, broadly speaking, for Patrick Guillamier. 12-meter pass. Let's see how he manages this 12-meter pass. It's good and wide. Okay, he's got a lot more speed out of 2. Skiing at 3. He's a little bit late, but he's not panicking. He's got across nicely to 4. He's a big snatch out of 4. He's flat into 5. He's on the back of the ski out of 5, and he's only just got round it. So he's got it in him to battle as well. That was a warrior's pass where he was in trouble after number 2, and he still managed to make it. Didn't panic, but a couple of big ones coming out of the 3-5 side. Well done, Patrick. The first guy into 11 meters.
Yeah, so enough to take the lead with just 3 skiers after him. So we'll have a good seeding position for the final.
That's not pech. Tut mir leid.
So let's watch Patrick at 11 meters.
Okay, it's the first 11-meter pass of the day. Gentle tailwind behind him. He's going to need to be a little bit neater than the 12, but let's see. Oh, big one out of 1. Big one out of 1, and he misses it.
So I guess that's, well, the judges will score it about half a buoy at 11.25. And of course, that's the first time we've seen anyone go on a line length that is actually shorter than the distance from the boat to the buoy line, isn't it? Because that's 11.5 meters. So you have to use your body and your reach and all your technique.
It's all about the body, Jane. So yes, that's right. The distance between the boat and the buoy when it's perpendicular to the buoy is 11.5 meters, the rope length 11.25. So you're now having to find an extra 25 centimeters from somewhere and fully extend the body. And Patrick was in good position, I think, coming into one. It wasn't too bad, but he desperately was trying to get it early for 2, and he just overcooked it. And it's just a reminder, you have to let the ski come round and then take the pull. And it's a mistake that so many of us make.
Thanks, Dush. And next up, we've got Sotiris Kyprios of Greece. So I'm going to hand you over to Sophia to introduce him.
Ναι, λοιπόν, έχουμε το Σωτήρη Κύπριο. Όλοι το ξέρουμε το Σωτήρη. Είναι στην κατηγορία 55, άνω των 55, σειρά 1. Είναι 65 ετών, το καλύτερό του είναι 2,5 στα 10 και 75 το 2020. 4 Gold European Medals in Slalom, Men National Slalom Titles. Έρχεται ο Σωτήρης. Θα δώσω τη σκητάλη στο ντους που τα λέει με πιο λεπτομέρειες.
Okay, so Sotiris has got a phenomenal style. He really is aggressive behind the boat. So you can see sort of there, it's pretty laid back there. It's not an aggressive start, but he comes around one. You can see how far back and away he gets. So it gives him so much time into the 2-ball. Okay, and he brings it around, and again, he's working hard from the 2 to 3. Gives him time again, brings it around, and really works extra hard out of the 1-3-5 side, but actually behind the boat. He waits until he finishes the turn. So he brings the ski round, and then there's this aggressive lean. Sometimes it looks as if he might be pushing it a little bit harder than he needs to, particularly for the 14-metre line. So he's almost skiing that as if it's a 12-metre line. But the work gets done behind the boat, and that's why he's been such a successful competitive skier.
Yeah, very good skier. 4 gold medals in slalom in the Europeans, and just 2 years ago his best was 2.5 at 10.75. So I guess that's why the 14 didn't look too difficult to me. Here he comes on 13.
No, that's right, Jane. So let's see now. He's not as aggressive on that side, but as he comes out of the 1-3-5, he's super aggressive. There's a big one out of the 3-ball. So on the back of the ski a little bit in the 4-ball, but he's never in doubt, frankly. You can see how early he is waiting on the 5-ball, and this is just the walk in the park for him. So even if on the odd occasion he slightly gets out of shape, he corrects it so quickly. And the main thing is he does that work when he's, when all of that work, corrective action, the vast majority of it at least, is behind the boat. I noticed he's wearing a balaclava, so I'm guessing he must have had some kind of an ear injury or something, which is a common thing for skiers. If they have a bad fall on the side, they can hurt their eardrums or have something similar, and the balaclava is the corrective action.
I know sometimes, I'm not sure, does Sotiris have a lot of hair? Does he have a lot of hair still? Do you know? Sotiris.
Lot of hair.
Lot of hair.
Yes, he has a lot of hair, but in a tournament before this, he has hit his hair, and because of all that, he insists and he competes.
No, the only reason I ask that is I know that some people, if they haven't got very much hair, they do it to protect against the sun, particularly if they're worried about that. But anyway, on to other things. Here comes Sotiris back on 12 metres.
Yeah. No, I think it's an ear injury. It's also very common to wear a balaclava with an ear injury. Okay, so 12 metres. Early there, bit of speed into 2, but beautiful action from 2 to 3. Just on the, literally pulling away there, sucked very hard out of the 4. On the back of the ski to 5, he's late. Oh, and he's missed it. Just overcooked it out of the 4, got on the back of the ski, couldn't get on the side of the ski and get into the right skiing position into 5, and so coming out of 5, he was inside the 6-ball. That is exactly where Stuart Scott Ely was. So Stuart and Sotiris both in second equal position behind Patrick Guillamier. And the last skier to come in is going to be Frank Schulze, but actually I note, oh no, it's not, apology, it's going to be Régis Marillier. So let's see how Régis gets on. Jane's doing some quick calculations to see who's going into the final so far.
No, we're still in. 2 at 13. Still
So Sotiris taking the plaudits from the fans in the audience.
Oh no, maybe. No, you're right.
Τελείωσε την προσπάθειά του ο Σωτήρης Κύπριος. Αυτή τη στιγμή είναι στη δεύτερη θέση με 5 μπάλες και 12 μέτρα σκηνή. Είναι στην ίδια θέση με τον Βρετανό Scott Ellis Stewart. Έχουμε ακόμα έναν αθλητή και τελειώνει η κατηγορία και η σημερινή ημέρα στο σλάλομ. Είναι ο Frank Schulze από Αυστρία. Από τους 19 αθλητές και των 2 σειρών, 3 σειρών, μπαίνουν οι 12. Έχουμε μέσα στους τελικούς και τον Γκαμπάνη τον Ανδρέα και τον Σωτήρη τον Κύπριο και είμαστε πολύ χαρούμενοι.
Ultimate skier in the 55. This is Régis Marillier of France, starting on 14 metres.
Oh, but he nearly went round one ball. My word, that was a surprise. I'm told he's a highly technical and a beautiful skier, but he nearly went out of the first ball. Anyway, he's got his position back and cruised the rest of the pass. You just never know. You've got to stay on the game all the way. And good on him for actually recovering his position, but that was a really wobbly start. So the replay shows him coming in. Pretty wide on the setup there. Just trying to see if the screen can pick up. Okay. Probably just released a bit early, went a bit too soon. So it's a little bit narrow, went a bit too soon. And that would have woken him up. And then after that, he's fine. So after that, you can see the skis decelerating nicely. He's got nice body posture out of that side, which is his offside. His offside actually looks very neat. But there's a tendency maybe just to drop in and go hard. So we'll see what happens on the next pass. 13 meters coming up. Just want to give a shout out, if I may, for a friend, Tony Bradley, if you're watching. It's always lovely to get the text from you. Hopefully see you around next season on the tour. Okay, Régis Marillier coming in on 13. Okay, looking good out of the one ball. A little bit narrow on the two, but early but narrow. So they're all right, still in good shape. He's a nice skier. Really is a nice skier. I wish I could ski like that. Lovely. 6 boys at 13. Okay, there's more to come from this guy. Okay, so I'm just looking at the replay. Oh, drops it in a little bit. Just a tendency for a little drop, but actually such good angle he gets out of that 135 side. Brings it round, bang, goes. Just, yeah, beautiful to watch. Sophia's singing us a little song. I don't know if you can hear the background, but it's beautiful. 12-meter pass coming up. Slightly distracted by Sophia because she's doing a little bit of a jig. She's shaking it, bless her. And I don't really know what to say after that, really, because it's very distracting. Meanwhile, thankfully, Régis Marillier coming back on 12 meters. Let's have a look at his 12-meter pass. Okay. Got a bit more speed into the 2 ball. The handles come up to his chest, but he's made it to 3. He's out the 3, but he's tight on the 4. Okay, so the back of the ski from the 4 is on a flat ski into the 5. It's a big one out of the 5, and he's made it. How did he manage that? That was a real battle. 12 meters passed by Régis Marillier. Phenomenal skiing. But really, looking at the replay, you'll see in a second, he was in trouble from the number 2 ball all the way. Had too much speed into the 2 ball, and after that, it was back of the ski, front of the ski, handle up to the chest. It's a war zone, but he did it, and he's run 12 meters. Just watching now the replay, you can see now Not too bad out of 1, but it's come up to his chest, the handle. So he's taken the pull too late. He's got the speed into 2, too much speed into 2. The camera missed him. Okay, even the camera missed him. The camera's only just caught up with him. Okay, right, the boat's in trouble. But at least the skier knows where he's going. Anyway, that's okay. Thank you for the replay, everybody.
Does he know who he is?
Just as good that. Just as well the judges knew that he'd scored that, really. Because we couldn't really tell, could we, on the replay anyway, but there you go.
Okay, so I gather from the French skiers that Régis got a reputation for being a great skier, a very technical skier. You can see that, but it's not been completely smooth sailing today. If he doesn't hammer it out to 1, he's got a chance. Okay, he's a bit slow out of 1 on the back of the ski, so he did the opposite of what the other skiers did. They went too hard, he went too soft. So there we are, 1 at 11. I think that's that puts him in the lead. Your new leader, Régis Marillier. Okay, so the gauntlet's been thrown down. It's Frankie Schulze. Frankie's going to be coming in on the 14-metre line in the Pamvotis Open at the weekend. I think his best score was 3 at 11. He certainly won the Pamvotis Open, narrowly followed by Stuart Scott Ely and I think Andres Campanis.
For a confirmed score for Régis Marillier before we move on to the final skier, Frank Schulze, final skier in the over 55 men's slalom preliminary and the final skier of today. So there's a gate review before we can give you the final score. But just to let you know that the last skier, Frank Schulze, simply has to, well, I say simply, but he has to score more than 1.5 at 13 in order to go through to the final.
Okay, so it's pretty tense. For those of you who are listening in the crowd, 1.5 at 13 at the moment is the cutoff for the final by our calculations, unofficially. So if Frankie gets 1.5 at 13, which the normal form book suggests he would, then the cutoff becomes 2 at 13. So we know what that means for those of you who are on the edge there. We're watching with interest. Frankie's normally just cruises his 40-metre pass. He's got the trademark white shorts. He's obviously got the matching white bib, and he's also got the matching white front boot. So he looks a little bit like one of Father Christmas's helpers. But anyway, fantastic. 6 boys at 14. Okay, scored 3 at 11 at the weekend. That was his best score. He's absolutely Mr. Consistent in the over 55 age group. So I'm not expecting any significant deviation from that, but maybe I'm tempting fate. Let's see how Frankie gets on. Breaking now down to 13 meters. The breeze is unchanged. It's just a gentle little flicker in the flags, so there's nothing too much there. It's just a gentle tail, which he's not even really going to notice. Might help him a little bit when he comes back on 12, assuming the 13 is only a formality. Let's see.
And just to confirm, while we're waiting for him to come back in, that the final score for Régis Marillier was 1-11. So half a buoy ahead of Patrick Guillaumier, his teammate.
1-3, confirmed.
So Frank Schulze coming back on 13.
Frank coming on back on 13, as you say, and just to say, our French friends, they're better dressed, they ski better than the Brits, and they have better food. You know, I wish I was French. Anyway, here he is, Frankie now, coming around the 2-ball on 13. A little bit of a wobble around the 3. It's going to make him a bit late on the 4, but he's okay. But that was a moment. That certainly would have woken him up a little bit around the 2-ball, but he's very good at recovering. He's an experienced, strong skier, and there's no major issues.
And that, of course, confirms that he is in the final. So we know our top 12, but let's wait until we see what Frank does and what the seedings will be for the final. The finals will be on Sunday, I believe, or are they Saturday? I'll just double check that. Saturday, sorry, yes, the slalom finals are on Saturday. When we get to the end of this, we'll run through what we've got for you tomorrow. But before that, let's see what Frank Schulze, what score he can get on the board. See whether he can go in as top seed or not. If he wants to do that, he's got to run this next pass and get more than 1 at 11.
Okay. All right, eyes left on the water for those of you who are on site. For those of you watching on YouTube, you've got the benefit of the boat camera. Frank Schulze coming in on a 12-meter line. Very tight on the inside gateway. Little ripple round 2, I would argue. The duck near 3, late into 4, but actually made it back nicely there. Big one out of 4 to 5. On the back of the ski a little bit, but there you go. He's absolutely muscled his way through that. Classic Frank Schulze, consistent skiing, not going to be put off by a little ripple or even a duck. 6 boys.
I think you spoke too soon there, Dush, because just as you said, you've got the benefit of the boat camera. The boat camera disappeared from our screens, but hopefully it'll come back very shortly. But just to confirm, Frank Schulze completing the 12-meter pass. Let's see what he can do at 11 and whether he can go into Saturday's final as the top seed.
Thanks for that, Jane. Just wondering whether we could persuade... Patrick's wandering down, whether we could persuade him to have a few words. Okay, let's walk you through now Frankie's pass. Frankie coming in on the 11 meters. He's out wide. Oh, on the back of the ski. Oh, it's a big one. It's a big one. He got on the back of the ski, then got pulled forward, lost his connection to the boat. And I think the ski's come off. I wasn't sure if he was going to protest. On peut parler français si vous voulez. We're just waiting to check whether it's a 1 or a half.
Okay, so thank you very much for that, Dush. That was, despite that spectacular dismount, that was indeed a full 1 at 11.25. So that gives Frank Schulze the same score as Régis Marillier of France. So just now to confirm your finalists. In the over 55 men's slalom, we have Frank Schulze, Régis Marillier, Patrick Guillaumier, Sotiris Kyprios, Stuart Scott Ely, Yves Sanviteur, Krista Johnson, Andreas Campanis, Thierry Sportisch, Aleko Kursiolu, Frederic Duminil and Frederic Vigneron. So those are your top 12 going through to Saturday's final. I'll just hand you to Sophia.
Τελειώσαμε λοιπόν τη σημερινή ημέρα με την κατηγορία άνω των 55 άντρες, σειρά 3-2-1. Οι 12 πρώτοι μπαίνουν τελικό, με πρώτο το Frank Schulz 1 στα 11, Régis Marillier 1 στα 11, Patrick Guillaumier μισή στα 11, Σωτήρης Κύπριος 5 στα 12, Stuart Scott Ely 5 στα 12, Yves Sanviteur 3 στα 12, Kristen Johnson 2 στα 12, Καμπάνης Αντρέας 1,5 στα 12, Sportisch Thierry 4 στα 13 και ο Σέγλου Αλέκο 3 στα 13, Duminil Φρεντερίκ 2,5 στα 13 και Φρεντερίκ Βιγγερό 2 στα 13. Θα τα πούμε αύριο, να έχετε ένα όμορφο απόγευμα το βράδυ. Ευχαριστούμε, σας χαιρετούμε. Γεια σας.
Okay, so thank you, Sophia. Just to confirm, apologies to anybody who was trying to check in with us first thing. We had a little delay in starting, but hopefully we'll be ready to go at 8 a.m. local time tomorrow morning. This morning we had a change. We had tricks before slalom because that was for reasons of conditions. I'm not sure what's going to happen yet, but at the moment we are starting off at 8 o'clock Greek time with the over 45 men's slalom, then the over 45 women's slalom, the over 35 women's slalom, the over 35 men's slalom, and then we have some of the preliminary jump rounds for the over 70 men, over 65 women, over 65 men, then the over 55 men, and then also some tricks. We'll have the over 35 women's tricks, men's tricks, and the over 45 men's and women's tricks preliminary round. So a really full day tomorrow, Friday morning. Hope you can join us and we'll bring you all the action.
Να σας ενημερώσω για το αυριανό πρόγραμμα. Αύριο Παρασκευή, δεύτερη μέρα των αγώνων. Θα ξεκινήσουμε με τους άνω των 45 άνδρες, σειρά 3 σλάλομ, συνέχεια σειρά 2 σλάλομ, σειρά 1, άνω των 45 γυναίκες, προκριματικό σλάλομ, άνω των 35 γυναίκες, προκριματικό σλάλομ και άνω των 35 άνδρες, προκριματικό σλάλομ. Επίσης θα έχουμε και άλμα, κατηγορίες άνω των 70, άνω των 65, γυναίκες άνδρες, άνω των 55 άνδρες. Θα έχουμε και φιγούρες στις γυναίκες άνω των 35, στους άνδρες άνω των 35, στους άνδρες άνω των 45 και στις γυναίκες άνω των 45. Αυτά για αύριο.
Thank you, Sophia. And on behalf of myself, Jane Peel and Sophia Kostula, I'd like to thank everybody for watching, and also Angeliki Papadimitriou, that's right, and Dush Lukic for being our expert panel. And hopefully we'll have some more experts with you tomorrow.
And thank you, Jane. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sophia.